Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Secret of Twilight Pond. In a quiet valley where the sun always seemed to dip lower than anywhere else, there lay a pond shrouded in mystery. Its surface was like polished glass, reflecting the purple and gold hues of the sky at dusk. They called it Twilight Pond, for it was said the water held on to the colors of the setting sun long after the sky had turned dark. Few ventured near it after the light faded, for whispers in the village told of strange happenings at its edge. Lanterns were known to flicker on their own, the air would hum softly with an unplaceable melody, and some swore they had seen faint shapes moving just beneath the surface of the water. But for all its oddities, the pond was beautiful, a place where time itself seemed to slow, and where the stillness of twilight lingered longer than it should. On the night the story begins, a traveler named Elin arrived at the village. She was a seeker of quiet places, drawn not by curiosity but by the promise of stillness. The villagers, while kind, were hesitant to share much about Twilight Pond. It's best admired from afar, one old man said as he adjusted his worn cap. A place that beautiful is bound to have its secrets. But secrets, Elin replied with a soft smile, are what make a place worth knowing. Against their advice, she made her way to the pond as the sun began its descent. The trail was narrow, lined with tall grasses that swayed in the cool breeze. The trees stood sentinel-like, their branches arching over the path as if forming a protective canopy. She reached the edge of the pond just as the last light of the day kissed its surface. The pond was breathtaking, just as she had imagined. The colors were richer than she thought possible, shimmering violets, deep ambers, and faint touches of silver. It was as if the sky had spilled its palette onto the water. The air was thick with a strange, serene energy, and the hum she had heard whispers of was faintly present, almost like the earth was humming a lullaby to itself. Elin sat down at the water's edge, her reflection mirroring her in the perfect stillness. She felt as though she had stepped into a painting, a world suspended between day and night. But as the first stars began to pierce the darkening sky, she noticed something odd. The colors of the pond weren't just reflections, they seemed to pulse, as if alive, shimmering in patterns she couldn't quite follow, and then she heard it, a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to rise from the water itself. It wasn't a language she recognized, but it wasn't entirely unfamiliar either. It felt like the pond was calling to her, inviting her into its secrets. Elin leaned forward, her hand hovering above the surface. The air felt cooler here, tingling faintly against her skin. She hesitated for a moment, remembering the villagers' warnings, but her curiosity was stronger. Slowly, she dipped her fingers into the water. The moment her skin broke the surface, the hum grew louder, surrounding her like a gentle embrace. The water felt warmer than she expected, almost as if it were alive, and when she pulled her hand back, tiny ripples spread outward in concentric circles. But instead of fading, the ripples glowed faintly, leaving behind traces of light that danced across the surface. Elin watched, mesmerized, as the glowing ripples began to form shapes, patterns that seemed deliberate, almost like writing. She couldn't read them, but she felt their meaning in her heart. You are seen. You are welcome. The air around her seemed to shift, growing softer, more welcoming. The hum transformed into a quiet melody, and for a moment, she felt as though the world around her had disappeared, leaving her alone with the pond and its secrets, what lay beneath its surface. Why did it feel so alive? Elin didn't know, but she was determined to find out. Twilight Pond had chosen her, or so it seemed, and she felt a quiet thrill at the idea that its mysteries were just beginning to unfold. Elin remained at the water's edge, her heart beating softly in rhythm with the hum that surrounded her. The glowing ripples on the pond's surface faded, but the energy lingered, wrapping around her like a warm twilight breeze. The air carried a faint scent of something sweet, almost like lavender with a touch of honey. She leaned back slightly, resting her palms on the soft grass, her mind swirling with questions. The villagers' warnings had been vague, riddled with superstition, but Elin had never been one to shy away from the unknown. She looked at the pond again, noticing how it shimmered even in the growing darkness. There was something magnetic about it, as though the very fabric of the place pulsed with secrets waiting to be uncovered. She glanced around, her eyes scanning the tree-line encircling the pond. The world felt strangely still, as if the pond held dominion over everything in its vicinity. No chirping crickets, no rustling leaves, just the hum, faint but persistent. Who are you? Elin murmured, her voice barely louder than a whisper, unsure if she was addressing the pond or whatever force seemed to reside within it. As if in answer, the melody shifted. It grew clearer, richer, weaving together notes that felt familiar yet otherworldly. The sound was no longer just in her ears, it resonated in her chest, her fingertips, her very soul. Elin leaned closer to the water, her curiosity now outweighing her hesitation. The surface of the pond began to change again. The colors deepened, swirling like liquid starlight, and a faint glow rose from the depths. Shapes formed. Faint and indistinct, like shadows moving beneath a veil of silk. Elin's breath caught as she saw them, figures, humanoid but ethereal, moving gracefully beneath the water's surface. One of the figures began to rise. Slowly, it ascended, the water parting around it in luminous ripples. Elin's first instinct was to pull back, but something about the figure's presence was soothing, almost comforting. The figure emerged, its form delicate and shimmering like moonlight on rippling water. It stood at the center of the pond, its feet just barely touching the surface. Its features were neither fully human nor entirely alien, and its eyes held an ancient depth, like it had witnessed countless sunsets and endless nights. "You came," the figure said, its voice soft and melodic, carrying the same hum as the pond. Elin stared, struggling to find words. You called to me," she finally managed. The figure nodded. "We have waited long for someone who could hear. The pond only speaks to those who listen with their heart, not their mind." "What are you?" Elin asked, her voice steadier now. The figure tilted its head slightly, as though considering the question. "We are the keepers," it said. "The pond is a gateway, a meeting place between worlds. It holds the echoes of countless dreams, countless stories. And we guard its balance. Elin felt a shiver run down her spine. A gateway to where? The keeper extended a hand toward her, its fingers glowing faintly. Come closer, and I will show you. Elin hesitated, her instincts warring within her. But the pull of the keeper, the pond, the hum, it was too strong to resist. Slowly, she rose to her feet and stepped toward the water's edge. The grass beneath her feet was soft, damp with dew. Do not be afraid, the keeper said. The pond has chosen you because it trusts you. And so do we. Taking a deep breath, Elin stepped forward. As her toes touched the water, warmth spread through her, and the melody grew louder, wrapping around her like an embrace. The keeper extended its hand again, and this time, Elin reached out, their fingers barely brushing, the moment they touched. The world around her shifted. The stars above seemed to expand, their light spilling down into the pond. The water shimmered, and suddenly, she wasn't standing at the edge of a pond anymore. She was somewhere else entirely, a realm of light and shadow, where time seemed to fold in on itself. Elin looked around, her heart racing with awe and wonder. The keeper stood beside her, its form now brighter, more defined. This is what lies beneath the pond, it said. A realm where the stories of the world converge, where every whisper, every secret, every dream finds its way. It is the heart of twilight itself. Elin's breath caught as she gazed at the vast expanse before her. The air was filled with glowing threads, each one pulsing with light, weaving an intricate tapestry that stretched into eternity. She could feel their energy, each thread carrying a fragment of a story, a piece of a soul. This is incredible, she whispered, her voice trembling. Why did the pond choose me? The keeper turned to her, its glowing eyes full of quiet wisdom. Because you carry a story that has yet to be told, it said. And the pond knows you will honor the secrets it holds. Elin stared at the keeper, her mind racing with questions. But deep down, she knew her journey with Twilight Pond had only just begun. Elin stood in the realm beneath the pond, her heart beating in awe and trepidation. The glowing threads pulsed gently around her, weaving stories, memories, and dreams in a dance of light. The keeper moved beside her with grace, its presence both calming and immense. Every thread, the keeper began, its voice a melody, represents a fragment of a life, a thought, or a dream. The pond does not merely reflect the sky, it reflects the world, the souls within it, and their silent stories. Elin reached out hesitantly to touch one of the threads. As her fingers brushed against it, a vision bloomed before her eyes. She saw a young boy standing on a hillside, staring up at the stars. His heart was filled with questions about the universe, his mind brimming with curiosity. She felt his wonder, his longing to understand the unknown, and his quiet hope for something beyond the world he knew. The vision faded, leaving Elin breathless. She turned to the keeper. "Is that someone's dream?" The keeper nodded. "It is more than a dream. It is a piece of their essence, a fragment of their story. Every thread carries meaning, and every meaning ripples across the tapestry of existence." Elin's gaze wandered over the vast expanse of glowing threads. "So many lives," she murmured. How can anyone keep track of them all? The keeper's expression softened. That is why the pond exists. It holds what is forgotten, protects what is fragile, and preserves what is fleeting. It is a sanctuary for the stories that might otherwise be lost. As they walked deeper into the realm, Elin noticed that some threads glowed brightly, while others flickered weakly, their light fading. She pointed to one of the dim threads. What happens when a thread fades? The keeper hesitated before answering, its voice quieter now. A fading thread belongs to a forgotten story, a memory or dream abandoned by its owner. It is our duty to protect these threads, to keep them alive for as long as we can. But even we cannot save them all. The weight of the keeper's words settled over Elin. She reached out to touch the dim thread, hoping to feel its story before it disappeared. But the moment her fingers brushed against it, she was pulled into a vision. She saw a woman standing by the edge of a cliff, her face turned to the sea. The wind carried her unspoken words away, her heart heavy with grief and longing. She had lost someone who had once been the center of her world. And now, her story was slipping away, her pain fading into the silence of the waves. Elin gasped, pulling her hand back as the vision dissolved. That woman, she felt so alone. Can't we save her thread? Can't we help her story live on? The keeper tilted its head. The pond can only preserve what is given to it willingly. Stories that are forgotten, ignored, or abandoned cannot be forced to remain. Their light fades, as all things must in time. Elin felt a pang of sadness, but also a spark of determination. Then what about me? You said the pond chose me because of my story. How can I help? The keeper's glowing eyes seemed to brighten. The pond chose you because you carry the ability to bridge worlds, to listen, to remember, and to share. You are a storyteller, Elin. And stories are what keep the threads alive. A deep sense of purpose stirred within her. She had always been drawn to quiet places, to moments of stillness where the world seemed to speak in whispers. But now, she realized, she wasn't just meant to listen, she was meant to act, to give voice to the stories hidden in the silence. What must I do? She asked, her voice steady. The keeper extended its hand again. And this time, it held a small orb of light, a fragment of the pond itself. Take this, it said. It will guide you. Listen to the stories of the pond, and carry them back to the world above. Share them, so they may never be forgotten. Elin took the orb, its warmth filling her palm. The moment it touched her skin, she felt a surge of energy, as though the pond's essence had intertwined with her own. She looked up at the keeper, her resolve clear. I'll do it. I'll share their stories. The keeper bowed its head. Then the pond will trust you with its secrets. But remember, Elin, this is not a task to be taken lightly. The stories you carry will shape the lives of those who hear them. Use them wisely. With those words, the keeper stepped back, and the realm around her began to shift. The glowing threads faded, the hum softened, and Elin felt herself being pulled back toward the surface. When she opened her eyes, she was back at the edge of Twilight Pond, the orb of light still warm in her hand. The water was calm, its colors muted under the stars, but she could feel its energy thrumming beneath the surface. Elin sat quietly, her heart full of purpose. The secrets of the pond were hers to carry now, and she vowed to honor them, to share them with the world. For in the stories of others, she realized, we find pieces of ourselves. The orb in Elend's hand glowed faintly as she gazed at the water of Twilight Pond. The stars reflected like shimmering jewels on its surface. Though the night was silent, she felt an undeniable connection to the threads of life she had seen in the realm below. The keeper's words echoed in her mind, listen, remember, and share. She closed her eyes and focused on the orb. It pulsed with warmth, and a soft voice, like a whisper carried on the wind, reached her ears. Long ago, the voice began, there was a girl who wandered these woods, much like you. Her name was Amara, and she was a dreamer who often lost herself in the beauty of the night sky. But her village saw her dreams as a distraction. They told her to stay grounded, to forget the stars, and to focus on the earth beneath her feet. Elend's mind filled with the image of a young girl standing in a meadow, her arms outstretched to the sky as though she could catch the stars in her hands. She felt Amara's longing, her desire to reach beyond the constraints of her small world, but Amara couldn't forget the stars. The voice continued. One night, as the village slept, she followed the glimmer of moonlight through the forest and discovered Twilight Pond. The water seemed to call to her, its surface glowing faintly with the stories it held. She knelt by the edge and whispered her dreams into its depths, hoping they would be heard. Elend opened her eyes and looked at the pond, imagining Amara sitting in the very spot where she now rested. Did the pond answer her? She asked softly, as though the question was for the night itself. The orb warmed in her hand, and the whispering voice replied. The pond does not answer in words, but in reflection. When Amara looked into the water, she saw not her own face, but the stars she had dreamed of so often. They danced across the surface, forming constellations that only she could understand. In that moment, she realized that her dreams were not foolish, they were a part of something greater. Elend felt a swell of emotion as the story unfolded. What happened to her after that? Amara returned to her village, the voice said, but she was no longer the same. She no longer allowed their doubt to silence her dreams. Instead, she shared what she had seen, teaching the children to look up at the night sky and find wonder in its vastness. Over time, the village changed, their hearts opening to the beauty of the unknown. Amara's dream became a thread in the tapestry of the world, woven into the lives of those who came after her. The voice faded, and Elend was left with the soft hum of the orb. She stared at the pond, her mind turning over the story of Amara. It felt like a gift, a reminder that even the quietest dreams could ripple outward, touching lives in ways unseen. Elend rose to her feet, clutching the orb tightly. The keeper had given her a great responsibility, and now she understood why. The stories of the pond weren't just memories, they were lessons, fragments of wisdom that could guide and inspire. She turned her gaze to the forest, the path leading back to the world beyond the pond. It was time to begin her journey as a storyteller, to carry the secrets of Twilight Pond to those who needed them most. As she stepped away from the water's edge, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, as though they, too, carried the hopes and dreams of countless souls. And Elend knew, with a certainty as deep as the pond itself, that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Elend walked the winding path away from Twilight Pond, her thoughts a quiet tide of wonder and determination. The orb in her hand pulsed faintly, its light soft but steady, as though guiding her through the shadows of the forest. The night was peaceful, and yet she felt a deep sense of responsibility settling over her shoulders. The keeper's words echoed in her mind. "You are a storyteller now. Listen, remember, and share." As the trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in moonlight, Elin paused. She knelt on the soft moss, holding the orb before her. "If I'm meant to carry these stories, then I'll need to understand them fully," she whispered. "What else do you have to show me?" The orb glowed brighter in response, and Elin closed her eyes. The forest around her faded, replaced by a vision that unfolded like a dream. She found herself in a small village nestled in a valley, its rooftops dusted with snow. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and the air was filled with the quiet hum of winter. In the center of the village stood a young man, his face pale and drawn with worry. He clutched a wooden box to his chest, as though it held something precious. "This is Theo," the orb's whispering voice said. "A kind heart, burdened by loss." Elin watched as Theo walked through the village, his steps slow and heavy. The people he passed greeted him with gentle smiles, but he barely looked up, his eyes fixed on the snow-covered ground. She could feel the weight of his grief, the box in his arms a symbol of something he couldn't bear to let go. "What's in the box?" Elin asked softly. The vision shifted, and she saw Theo sitting by a hearth, the box resting on his lap. With trembling hands, he opened it, revealing a collection of letters, each one carefully folded and tied with a faded ribbon. The words inside were written in a delicate hand, filled with warmth and love. They were from someone he had lost, a sister, a confidant, a light in his life that had gone out too soon. The letters kept him going for a time, the voice said. But as the years passed, he began to wonder if holding on to them was preventing him from moving forward. He came to Twilight Pond, seeking clarity. The scene changed again, and Elin saw Theo standing at the edge of the pond, the box of letters in his hands. The water reflected the stars, their light rippling softly as if beckoning him closer. He asked the pond for guidance, the voice continued. He didn't know if he should let go of the letters or keep them as a reminder of what he had lost. Elin held her breath as Theo knelt by the water. Slowly, he reached into the box and pulled out a single letter. He read it one last time, the words a bittersweet melody in his heart, before placing it on the surface of the pond. The letter floated for a moment, its edges glowing faintly, before sinking into the water and disappearing. "The pond does not take what is not freely given," the voice said. Theo offered a piece of his grief. And in return, the pond gave him peace. He realized that letting go did not mean forgetting, it meant honoring the memory in a new way. The vision faded, and Elin opened her eyes. She was back in the clearing, the orb's glow dim but warm in her hand. She wiped a tear from her cheek, her heart aching for Theo and the quiet strength it must have taken to release his pain. She looked up at the stars, their light steady and unchanging. "Stories like his," she murmured, "they remind us that we're not alone. That healing is possible, even when it feels out of reach." The orb pulsed gently, as if in agreement. Elin stood, her resolve deepened. She would share Theo's story, and all the others the pond entrusted to her. Each one was a thread in the tapestry of the world, a reminder of the beauty and fragility of life. As she continued down the path, she felt the forest around her come alive with quiet whispers, as though the very trees were listening. And she knew, in the depths of her soul, that her journey had only just begun. Ellen's steps carried her deeper into the forest, the orb's faint glow her only guide. The world around her was serene, but her thoughts were alive with the stories she had witnessed, Amara's dreams, Theo's grief, and the shimmering stillness of Twilight Pond itself. She wondered how many more tales it held, waiting for someone to carry them forward, as the path curved and opened to another clearing. She saw a tall, ancient tree standing in the center. Its roots sprawled outward like a flowing river frozen in time, and its bark shimmered faintly under the moonlight. There was something otherworldly about it, as though it, too, held secrets as deep as the pond. Ellen approached cautiously, the orb in her hand growing warmer as she neared the tree. Its branches stretched high into the sky, each one dotted with tiny, glowing buds of light. She stood beneath its canopy, marveling at how the light seemed to pulse in rhythm with the orb. "Welcome, traveler," came a gentle voice, deep and resonant like the hum of the earth. Ellen turned to see the figure of an old man standing by the tree, his robes blending seamlessly with the surrounding forest. His eyes twinkled as though they, too, carried the light of the stars. "Who are you?" Ellen asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper of roots," he replied, inclining his head slightly. "The stories you carry are tied to this place, and to me. Each thread that touches the pond eventually finds its way here." Ellen looked up at the glowing buds on the branches. "Are these the stories?" The keeper smiled. "They are the memories of those who have come to the pond, seeking its wisdom. The tree holds them until they are ready to bloom. When the time is right, the stories are shared, weaving connections between those who need them." Ellen's heart swelled with awe. She reached out to touch one of the glowing buds, but the keeper gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Not yet," he said softly. "Each story blooms when its time has come. For now, the orb you carry will guide you to those who need these tales most. When you share a story, it plants a seed in the hearts of those who listen. And one day, those seeds will grow into their own lights, their own truths." Ellen nodded, her fingers curling tightly around the orb. "But how will I know where to go? Or who needs the stories?" "The orb will guide you," the keeper replied. "It carries the whispers of the pond and the wisdom of the tree. Trust in it, and you will always find your way." For a moment, they stood in silence beneath the ancient tree, its light casting a soft glow over the clearing. Ellen felt a profound sense of purpose, as though she was part of something far greater than herself. Before she could ask more questions, the keeper stepped back, his form beginning to fade like mist in the morning sun. "Go now, storyteller. The world is wide, and there are hearts waiting to be touched by the stories you carry." And with that, he was gone, leaving Ellen alone beneath the glowing tree. She looked up once more, her eyes tracing the branches that reached toward the sky. Then, with a deep breath, she turned back to the path, her step steady and sure. The orb pulsed warmly in her hand. And she knew her journey had only just begun. Somewhere beyond the forest, someone was waiting for a story that might change their life, just as these stories had begun to change hers. Ellen continued along the path, her steps light but her heart full of purpose. The forest whispered around her, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hum of unseen creatures creating a melody of life. The orb in her hand pulsed faintly, as if it, too, was eager for the next chapter of her journey to unfold. As she walked, the trees began to thin, and the sky opened up above her, revealing a blanket of stars shimmering like scattered jewels. She found herself standing on the edge of a wide meadow, its grasses swaying softly in the cool night breeze. In the distance, she could see the faint outline of a cottage, its windows glowing warmly like beacons in the dark. The orb's light grew brighter, guiding her toward the cottage. Ellen's curiosity quickened her steps, and soon she was standing before the small, weathered door. She hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand to knock. Before her knuckles could meet the wood, the door creaked open, revealing a woman with silver hair and kind eyes. She was wrapped in a shawl, her hands clasped in front of her as she regarded Ellen with a gentle smile. "You've come," the woman said softly, her voice warm and inviting. "I've been waiting." Ellen blinked in surprise. "You were expecting me?" The woman nodded, stepping aside to let her in. "Not you specifically, but I knew someone would come. The pond has its way of sending the right person at the right time." Inside, the cottage was cozy and filled with the scent of herbs and wood smoke. Shelves lined the walls, brimming with books, jars, and trinkets that glimmered in the firelight. A small table sat in the center of the room, a steaming teapot and 2 cups already waiting. "Sit," the woman said, gesturing to one of the chairs. "You must be tired from your journey." Ellen sat gratefully, the orb resting on the table between them. "You know about the pond?" she asked as the woman poured tea into the cups. The woman chuckled softly. "Oh, child, I've known about the pond for many years. It's what brought me here, just as it's brought you. My name is Isolde, and this is my home. But long ago, I was a wanderer like you, carrying the stories of the pond to those who needed them." Ellen's eyes widened. "You were a storyteller too?" Isolde nodded, her expression wistful. "Yes, though it feels like a lifetime ago. I walked many paths, shared many tales, and learned more than I ever thought possible. But one day, the orb I carried grew still, its light dimming. That's when I knew my time as a storyteller had ended. The pond released me, and I came here to rest and reflect." Ellen stared at the orb on the table. Its light steady and bright. "Will that happen to me someday?" "Perhaps," Isolde said gently. "The path of a storyteller is not eternal, but its purpose is. When the time comes for you to lay down your burden, you'll know. Until then, trust in the journey and in the stories you carry." Ellen sipped her tea, the warmth spreading through her. She felt a deep sense of kinship with Isolde, as though their lives were threads woven into the same tapestry. "Do you miss it?" she asked after a moment. "Sometimes," Isolde admitted. "But I find peace in knowing that the stories live on, passed from one heart to another. And now, you are part of that chain. The stories you share will grow and change. Just as you will." Ellen nodded, her resolve strengthening. "Thank you, Isolde, for your wisdom and for welcoming me." Isolde smiled. "It's you who will bring light to others, child. Now, rest here tonight. Tomorrow, the orb will guide you to where you're needed next. As Elin settled into a small bed near the fire, the orb's glow dimmed to a soft, soothing light. She closed her eyes, the warmth of the cottage and the promise of the journey ahead filling her with a quiet joy. Outside, the meadow whispered under the starlit sky, as if carrying the echoes of all the stories yet to be told. Morning arrived gently, with golden sunlight streaming through the windows of Isolde's cottage. The scent of wildflowers drifted in on the breeze, mingling with the faint aroma of tea brewing in the hearth. Elin stirred from her sleep, the soft hum of the orb on the bedside table drawing her attention. She sat up, stretching as her eyes adjusted to the warm glow of the room. Isolde was already awake, tending to a pot near the fire. She turned with a knowing smile. "Good morning, traveler. I trust you slept well." Elin nodded. "I did. It's been a while since I felt this peaceful." Isolde placed a small plate of bread and honey on the table, alongside a steaming cup of tea. Peace is important, especially for someone who carries stories. It gives you the clarity to see the paths ahead. Elin joined her at the table, the orb resting beside her plate. Its light had shifted to a soft amber, as though it, too, had been rejuvenated by the night's rest. As they ate, Isolde spoke of her own journeys, of the people she had met and the stories she had shared. Elin listened intently, soaking up every word like sunlight on her skin. "I learned early on," Isolde said, "that the stories don't just heal others, they heal us too. Each one we tell, each connection we make, strengthens the bond between the world and ourselves." Elin pondered this as she finished her tea. She thought of the stories she had already carried, the dreams of Amara, the grief of Theo, the wisdom of the ancient tree. Each one had touched her deeply, leaving its mark on her soul. When the meal was done, Isolde walked with her to the edge of the meadow. The morning sun bathed the grasses in a golden light, and the air was alive with the songs of birds. "This is where we part ways," Isolde said, her voice tinged with both warmth and sadness. "But remember, the path of a storyteller is never truly walked alone. The stories you carry will guide you, and the people you meet will shape your journey as much as you shape theirs." Elin hugged her tightly, grateful for the kindness and wisdom Isolde had shared. "Thank you, for everything." Isolde stepped back, her eyes twinkling. "Go now, traveler. There are hearts waiting for your light." With the orb glowing steadily in her hand, Elin set off across the meadow. The grasses swayed around her, parting gently as if guiding her forward. The forest soon rose to meet her again, its towering trees welcoming her into their embrace. The orb began to pulse faintly, its light shifting to a soft lavender hue. Elin knew this meant the next chapter of her journey was near. As she walked, she noticed the air growing cooler, the scent of water mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest. The sound of a stream reached her ears, its gentle gurgling a melody that led her to a small clearing. There, by the edge of the stream, sat a young boy with a fishing rod in hand. He looked no older than 10. His dark hair messy and his clothes patched in places. His face was thoughtful, his eyes fixed on the water as if searching for something beyond fish. The orb's glow brightened, and Elin felt a tug in her chest. This boy was the one the stories had brought her to. She approached quietly, not wanting to startle him. "Hello," she said softly. The boy turned, his wide eyes filled with a mix of surprise and curiosity. "Who are you?" "My name is Elin," she said, sitting on a rock nearby. "And I'm a storyteller. Would you like to hear a tale?" The boy hesitated, then nodded. "I guess so. I've got time while I wait for the fish." Elin smiled and placed the orb between them. Its light grew warm and inviting. And she began to speak, letting the story flow from her lips like the stream beside them. As she wove the tale, the boy's expression shifted, his eyes shining with wonder and a faint glimmer of hope. Elin could feel the connection forming, the story planting a seed in his heart. When the tale ended, the boy looked at her, his voice quiet but filled with sincerity. "That was amazing. Do you think I could have a story like that someday?" Elin nodded, her heart swelling. "Everyone has a story, and yours is already unfolding. One day, it might even light the way for someone else." The boy smiled, his gaze drifting to the stream. For the first time, he seemed to see more than just the water, he saw possibilities. Elin rose, the orb humming softly in her hand. "I have to go now, but remember what I said. Your story matters." As she walked away, she glanced back to see the boy watching her, his fishing rod forgotten as he sat deep in thought. The orb pulsed gently, its lavender glow fading into a pale gold. Elin's steps quickened, the forest opening up to greet her. She didn't know where the orb would guide her next, but she felt ready for whatever lay ahead. The forest seemed to hum around Elin, its trees standing like ancient sentinels, their branches stretching up to the sky as though whispering secrets to the stars. The orb in her hand pulsed gently, guiding her as it had before, its light shimmering like the soft glow of twilight itself. The deeper she walked into the forest, the more the air seemed to change. It was cooler now, and the trees grew taller, their trunks thick and sturdy like the pillars of an ancient temple. The ground beneath her feet was soft, covered in a carpet of moss and fallen leaves, muffling her steps. Ahead, the path split into two directions. One trail veered left, winding through a dense thicket of ferns and brambles. The other led straight ahead, toward a clearing where a faint light flickered. Elin hesitated for only a moment before she followed the second path, the light calling to her like a soft melody in the night. As she walked, the faint glow grew brighter, until she reached a small, tranquil pond. The water was still and mirror-like, reflecting the stars above and the moon that hung low in the sky, casting a silver glow across the landscape. At the edge of the pond, there was a stone bench, weathered with age but still sturdy. Sitting on the bench was a figure, a woman with long, flowing hair that shimmered like silver under the moonlight. Elin stopped at the edge of the pond, watching the woman, who seemed to be lost in thought. The orb in Elin's hand grew brighter as she stepped closer, its light dancing across the water's surface. The woman turned slowly, her eyes soft and knowing. "Ah, you've come," the woman said, her voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind, gentle but filled with depth. "I've been waiting for you." Elin blinked in surprise. "Waiting for me?" she asked, her heart quickening with curiosity. The woman nodded. "The pond calls to those who carry the stories. You are one of them, aren't you? A storyteller, with the light of 1,000 tales in your heart." Elin stepped forward, feeling an undeniable pull toward the woman. She sat beside her on the bench. The air around them cool and fragrant with the scent of the earth. I am, but I don't know how to share the stories in the right way. Sometimes they feel like they're slipping through my fingers, like they're never enough. The woman smiled softly, her gaze distant as she watched the water. The stories are never truly yours, child. They are part of something much larger. You only carry them for a time, and then, when the moment is right, you pass them on. But even when you think they've slipped away, they are still with you. Elin looked down at the orb in her hand, its glow steady and warm. But how do I know when the moment is right? How do I know when it's time to pass them on? The woman's gaze remained fixed on the pond, her voice taking on a melodic quality, like the wind brushing through the trees. The moment will come to you when you least expect it. The stories you carry will find the hearts they are meant to touch. It is not for you to decide when that will be, it is the world that decides. Elin thought about this for a moment. The thought of the stories finding the right listeners, of them living on in the hearts of others, filled her with a sense of peace. It was a humbling thought, that the stories were not hers to hold forever, but that they had their own journey to make. Will I know when that time comes? Elin asked, her voice soft with wonder. The woman nodded. You will. There will be a moment when you feel the connection between you and the listener. It will be as if the story is no longer just yours, but theirs as well. And in that moment, you will know that the story has found its home. Elin looked at the woman, her heart full of questions, but also full of a quiet understanding. She had been searching for a way to share the stories. Now she understood that it wasn't about finding the right way, but simply trusting that the right moment would come. The orb in her hand pulsed gently, as though in agreement. Thank you, Elin said, her voice filled with gratitude. For helping me understand. The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. You are welcome, child. But remember, the journey of a storyteller never ends. There are always new stories to discover, new hearts to touch. The pond may be still, but the stories are always flowing, just beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. Elin stood, the orb's glow casting a soft light around her. I won't forget, she said quietly, as she took a final look at the pond and the woman sitting by its edge. The woman nodded, her voice a soft whisper as Elin began to walk away. And the stories won't forget you, either. As Elin made her way back through the forest, the path seemed clearer than before, the air lighter. The orb's glow had shifted to a pale, silvery hue. As if it, too, had learned something new. She knew that her journey was far from over, that the stories she carried were still unfolding, and that there were many more to share. The night was still, and the stars shone above her, guiding her forward. Elin emerged from the forest, the orb's soft glow still cradled in her hand, illuminating the path before her. The air outside the trees felt open and expansive, like stepping into a world that had been waiting for her. The sky above was painted with the faint colors of dawn, where soft purples and oranges melted into the deep indigo of the retreating night. As she walked, she noticed how everything seemed quieter. The hum of the forest had faded, replaced by a serene stillness that carried only the gentle whisper of the wind. Yet, this silence wasn't empty. It felt full, as though it held the echoes of stories she hadn't yet uncovered. The orb pulsed gently, its light flickering in rhythm, as if it were breathing. She glanced down at it and noticed something new. A faint pattern was beginning to appear on its surface, swirling lines like constellations forming in its glow. She paused, studying the delicate patterns, her breath catching as they shimmered softly, rearranging themselves before her eyes. "What are you trying to tell me?" she murmured, her voice soft as she held the orb closer. The light brightened for a moment, casting a beam that stretched out before her, pointing to a hill in the distance. Atop the hill stood an old stone arch, its edges worn and covered in climbing vines. The sight of it sent a shiver through her, not of fear, but of recognition, as though the arch had been waiting for her all along. She followed the beam of light, her feet carrying her steadily up the hill. The climb wasn't steep, but each step felt like it held meaning, as though she were ascending not just the hill, but something deeper, a part of her own story unfolding in the quiet light of dawn. As she reached the arch, she realized how ancient it truly was. The stones were weathered and cracked, but the structure still stood strong, its presence commanding yet gentle. Beneath the arch was a pedestal, and on it rested an open book, its pages blank and pristine, as if waiting for a story to be written. The orb in her hand pulsed brighter now, the patterns on its surface glowing with a steady rhythm. Elin stepped closer, her heart beating in time with the light. The pedestal seemed to hum faintly, a vibration she could feel in the air. As she placed the orb onto the pedestal, its light spread out like ripples across a still pond, enveloping the book in a gentle glow. She watched as the blank pages began to fill, not with words, but with images, scenes unfolding like memories. She saw herself standing by the twilight pond, the woman with silver hair smiling gently at her. She saw the paths she had walked, the stars she had gazed at, the quiet moments when she had listened to the whispers of the world around her. The images shifted, showing scenes she didn't recognize, places she hadn't yet been, people she hadn't yet met. Elin realized then that the book was telling her story, not just the part she had lived, but the part that was still to come. The orb had carried these stories all along, guiding her to this moment where they could be shared. A soft breeze rustled through the arch, carrying with it the faint scent of blossoms. She reached out to touch the book, her fingers brushing the glowing pages. As she did, a feeling of warmth and peace filled her, like the gentle embrace of twilight. The light began to fade, and the orb, now empty, dissolved into a fine mist that drifted away on the wind. The book, however, remained, its pages still glowing faintly, the story within it alive and waiting to be told. Elin stood beneath the arch, her heart full of wonder. She didn't know where the next path would lead, but she felt ready to follow it, knowing the stories would guide her. As the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon, she turned and began her descent, the world bathed in the soft light of a new day, and somewhere, deep in the quiet of the forest, the twilight pond shimmered. Its surface still and serene, holding the echoes of stories yet untold. The morning light spread across the landscape like a soft blanket, touching everything with a gentle warmth. Elin walked away from the arch, her steps light and purposeful, her heart still humming with the energy of the orb's glow. As she moved, the world around her seemed to come alive in a new way. Each leaf, each blade of grass felt vibrant, full of potential, as if the very air was alive with stories waiting to be shared. The path before her wound gently through fields of wildflowers, their colors bright and cheerful beneath the rising sun. She paused for a moment to let her fingers brush against the soft petals of a violet flower. The delicate touch reminding her of the peaceful stillness of the pond, and the stories that had found their place within her heart. But as she continued her walk, the tranquility of the moment was gently interrupted by a soft voice, carried by the breeze, "Elin." She stopped in her tracks, a shiver running down her spine. The voice was soft, almost ethereal, and yet there was a familiarity to it that tugged at her soul. She looked around but saw no one. The wind stirred the flowers, their soft rustling the only sound, "Elin." The voice repeated, this time a little clearer, a little closer. She turned, her gaze scanning the horizon, and there, emerging from the distant mist, was a figure. It was a woman, wrapped in a cloak of silvery blue, her features soft and timeless, her presence calm and knowing. Elin felt an instant recognition, though she could not place the woman's face. "Who are you?" Elin asked, her voice a whisper, as though speaking too loudly might break the delicate spell that hung in the air. The woman smiled, her eyes like pools of clear water, deep and infinite. "I am the keeper of echoes," she said softly, her voice both distant and present, as though it resonated from a place beyond time. "And I have been waiting for you, Elin." "Waiting for me?" Elin's heart fluttered with confusion. "But I don't understand. How do you know my name?" "The stories have their ways," the keeper said, her gaze lingering on Elin's hand, where the orb had once rested. "You've carried them with you, haven't you? All the stories of the world, waiting to be passed on, to be shared. You are a storyteller, Elin. And it is time for you to begin." "But I've only just started," Elin said, her voice filled with uncertainty. "I don't know if I'm ready." The keeper's smile was gentle. "It is not about being ready. It is about trusting the stories that live within you. The moment you take a step forward, the world will guide you. The stories you carry will shape the world around you." Elin glanced down at her hands, where the warmth of the orb's light still lingered, even though it had long since vanished. She could feel the stories within her, waiting to be shared. But the weight of them felt heavy at times, like a burden she wasn't sure she could bear. The keeper stepped closer, her presence comforting and steady. "Do not fear the stories, Elin. They are not a burden. They are a gift. They are the voices of those who have walked before you, and the echoes of those who will come after." Elin felt a calmness settle over her, like a gentle wave rolling over the shore. The uncertainty began to lift, replaced by a quiet understanding. She was not alone in this. The stories had been with her all along, and they would continue to guide her, just as they had guided the ones who came before her. "I will share them," Elin said softly, her voice steady now. "I will trust the stories and share them when the time is right." The keeper nodded. "You are ready. The first step has already been taken. Now, you must walk the path, not alone, but with the stories as your companions. They will lead you to places you never thought possible, to people who need to hear your words. Trust them, Elin. And trust yourself." With that, the keeper of echoes faded into the mist, her figure dissolving into the morning light. The last words lingered in the air, soft and clear, "The world is waiting for your story." Elin stood in the stillness for a moment, her heart quiet and full. She looked around at the wide-open world before her. The path ahead filled with unknowns, yet somehow familiar. There was no fear now, just a deep sense of purpose. The stories would find their way to the right hearts. She would be their messenger, their guide. The journey had only just begun, but Elin felt as if the world itself had opened up to her, inviting her to share the light of the stories with all who would listen, and so, with a final glance toward the mist-covered horizon, she stepped forward, her heart light, her spirit full of the promise of all the stories yet to unfold. Elin walked deeper into the heart of the world she had once only dreamed of. The mist had lifted, revealing a vast, rolling landscape of valleys and hills, each bathed in the soft glow of the rising sun. The air was crisp and fresh, the scent of earth and flowers mingling with the cool breeze that kissed her skin. With every step she took, it felt as though the world itself whispered to her, urging her onward, as if it, too, had been waiting for her arrival. The path before her was winding and long, but it was no longer daunting. The uncertainty she had once felt had melted away, replaced by a quiet confidence. She knew now that the stories she carried were not burdens but threads connecting her to the world, linking her past to the future in ways she could not yet fully understand. As Elin moved forward, she found herself nearing a small village nestled at the edge of a sparkling river. The houses were humble but full of life, their thatched roofs curling gently upward toward the sky. The village was waking up, its inhabitants stirring from sleep and starting their daily routines. Children played by the riverbank, their laughter ringing through the air like music, while elders sat under the shade of trees, exchanging stories and wisdom. Elin's heart stirred with a quiet joy. This was what she had been searching for, this sense of connection, of shared experiences. She could feel the pull of the village, its energy drawing her closer, as if the stories she carried were meant to be told here. She made her way toward the heart of the village, where a small market was beginning to take shape. Stalls were filled with vibrant fruits, colorful fabrics, and handcrafted goods. The vendors greeted her with smiles, their eyes curious yet welcoming. It was as if they sensed something in her presence, a quiet knowing that set her apart. Elin's gaze fell upon an elderly woman standing behind a stall of dried herbs and flowers. Her eyes were sharp, yet kind, and she wore a crown of ivy in her silver hair. The woman's smile was warm, as though she had known Elin long before their paths had crossed. "You've come," the woman said, her voice soft but full of certainty. "I knew you would." Elin felt a ripple of recognition, as though she had met this woman in another life, in another time. But she couldn't place how or when. I don't know you," Elin said gently, her heart quickening with the weight of the woman's words. The woman's smile deepened. "Ah, but you do, child. We all do. The stories we carry are ancient, and they bind us together in ways that are beyond our understanding." Elin took a hesitant step closer, her gaze flickering to the herbs and flowers on the stall. "I've been told that I have a story to share," she said, her voice filled with quiet uncertainty. "But I'm not sure where to begin." The woman's eyes twinkled. "The beginning is always the hardest part. But you will find it, child. You have already begun by coming here." Elin looked down at the vibrant flowers on the stall. Their colors so bright that they almost seemed to glow. She reached out and gently touched one of the blossoms, a soft lavender bloom with delicate petals. The moment her fingers brushed against it, a flash of memory stirred within her. She saw herself, years ago, sitting by a small pond, the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and pinks. She saw a figure sitting beside her, someone familiar but distant. They were talking, laughing softly, and Elin felt the warmth of their presence like a comforting embrace. And then, just as quickly, the memory faded, leaving her with only the sensation of longing. "I remember." Elin whispered, more to herself than to the woman. The woman nodded. "The stories live within you, Elin. They always have. And now it's time to share them." "But I don't know how," Elin confessed. "I don't know what to say, or where to begin." The woman smiled, her eyes kind and understanding. "You don't have to have all the answers, child. The stories will come in their own time, and they will find the right people. Trust yourself, and trust the path before you." Elin felt the weight of her doubts slowly lift, replaced by a deep sense of calm. The woman was right, she didn't need to have all the answers. The stories would unfold in their own way, just as the world had unfolded for her. As Elin turned to leave, ready to continue her journey, the woman's voice called out softly behind her. "Remember, child, the stories are not just for you. They are for the world. And the world is waiting to hear them." Elin nodded, a quiet smile tugging at her lips. She had come this far, and there was still so much to see, so much to learn, and so many stories yet to be shared. With the rising sun at her back and the village behind her, Elin set forth once more, her heart light and full of purpose. She knew the journey ahead would not always be easy, but it was hers to walk. And with each step, the stories would continue to guide her. The path stretched before Elin like a ribbon of possibility, winding through the soft glow of the fading afternoon light. The village had long disappeared behind her, and she now found herself alone, surrounded by the quiet of nature. The only sounds were the soft rustle of leaves in the trees, the distant murmur of the river, and the occasional chirp of a bird settling down for the evening. Elin had wandered far from where she had started, her thoughts swirling like the breeze around her. She had begun to understand that the stories she carried were not just memories to be retold, they were a part of something much larger. They were threads woven into the fabric of the world, connecting not just her past to her present, but every soul to one another. The further she walked, the more she felt the presence of something ancient and timeless, something that seemed to hum in the very air she breathed. It was as though the land itself was alive, waiting for her to understand its secrets, to listen to the whispers it had to offer. As the sun began its slow descent behind the hills, Elin came upon a familiar sight, another pond, its surface as smooth as glass. The water shimmered with the last light of day, casting ripples of gold across the stillness. But this pond was different. There was an energy here, a pulse beneath the surface that she couldn't explain. Elin knelt by the edge, gazing into the depths. For a moment, she saw only her own reflection, her features soft and contemplative. But as she continued to stare, the reflection shifted. The water darkened, and she could see flashes of shapes, shadowy figures moving beneath the surface. Faces, familiar faces, flashed before her, and with them came a sense of recognition. The faces were not her own, yet they were a part of her. She saw children laughing and running, an old man with a gentle smile, a woman with eyes full of wisdom. There were moments of joy, of sadness, of love and loss. They were all intertwined, their stories echoing through the ripples of time, all of them woven together into the tapestry of the world. A soft voice, barely a whisper, seemed to emanate from the water. It was as if the pond itself was speaking, calling to her in a language older than words. "You seek the truth," the voice murmured. "But truth is not a single thing. It is the sum of all things. The story of all lives lived." Ellen's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected to hear anything, let alone words that seemed to resonate so deeply within her. "You have carried these stories for so long," the voice continued. "But now, it is time to share them, to allow them to grow and change. The world is waiting, and you must listen." Ellen felt a shiver run down her spine, as if the very earth had spoken directly to her soul. She had thought she knew the path, thought she understood what was expected of her. But now, it seemed there was more, so much more, waiting to be uncovered. The water rippled again, and the faces blurred, fading into the depths of the pond. The air around her grew heavy with the weight of unspoken words. As though the very atmosphere was charged with the possibility of what was yet to come, Ellen stood up slowly, her mind swirling with the magnitude of what she had just experienced. She looked out over the pond one last time, the golden light of the setting sun casting long shadows across the land. The world was vast, and there was so much she didn't know. But she understood now that her journey wasn't just about finding the answers, it was about embracing the unknown, about allowing herself to be shaped by the stories she carried. With a deep breath, Ellen turned away from the pond and began to walk forward, her heart steady and her resolve firm. She didn't have all the answers. But she knew one thing for certain: the journey was just beginning, and the stories would always guide her, no matter where she went. The path ahead was long, and the world was full of mysteries yet to be discovered. But Ellen was ready to meet them, one step at a time. The moon hung high in the sky, its pale light casting a soft glow over the land as Ellen continued her journey. The forest around her was quiet now, the hum of the day replaced by the whispers of the night. The air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves above her. She moved with purpose, though her mind was still occupied with the events at the pond. The voice from the depths, the faces in the water, and the weight of the words that had been spoken, they lingered in her thoughts like the echo of a song half remembered. As she walked, Ellen couldn't shake the feeling that something was different. The world seemed more alive somehow, more connected, as if the very ground beneath her feet was imbued with meaning. She felt a pull, a gentle tug in her chest, as if the earth itself was guiding her, leading her towards something unknown yet familiar. The path before her began to narrow, the trees growing closer together until they formed a dense canopy overhead. The moonlight barely pierced through the thick branches, casting long shadows across the ground. But Ellen did not falter. She had come this far, and she knew that the answers she sought were just ahead. After what felt like hours of walking, Ellen emerged from the forest into a small clearing. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone structure, weathered and moss-covered, but still standing tall. It was a circle of stones, each one etched with symbols that Ellen couldn't quite decipher. The stones radiated an energy that she could feel deep in her bones, a power that seemed to hum in the air around her. Ellen took a hesitant step toward the circle, her heart racing with anticipation. She had heard of places like this, ancient sites where the veil between worlds was thin, where the stories of the past and the future intertwined. She had always believed them to be myths, stories passed down through generations to explain the mysteries of the world. But now, standing before the stones, she could feel the truth of them. The center of the circle was empty, but as Elin stepped closer, she felt the air shift, as though something was stirring just beneath the surface. The symbols on the stones began to glow faintly, their light flickering like the stars above. And then, slowly, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble, a soft vibration that seemed to echo through the very earth. A voice, familiar yet distant, filled the clearing. "You have come, Elin," it said, its tone gentle and knowing. "You have walked the path of the stories, and now you are ready." Elin looked around, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice was coming from the stones, the words seeming to resonate with the very ground beneath her. She could feel the weight of them, like the earth itself was speaking directly to her. "What am I ready for?" Elin asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The voice was patient, as if it had been waiting for her question. "You are ready to see the truth. The stories you carry are not just your own. They are part of a greater story, one that spans across time and space. You must share them, Elin. You must let them flow freely, so they may heal and guide." Elin's breath caught in her throat. She had known, deep down, that her journey was about more than herself. The stories she carried, the memories of those who had come before her, were a part of something much larger, something that transcended the boundaries of time and place. "But how?" Elin asked, her voice trembling with the weight of the question. "How can I share these stories? Where do I begin?" The voice was kind, its tone filled with wisdom. "You have already begun, child. You have walked the path, listened to the whispers, and sought the truth. Now, you must trust yourself. The stories will find their way to those who need them. They will unfold, just as the stars unfold in the night sky." Elin closed her eyes, feeling the gentle pulse of the earth beneath her, the rhythm of the world moving in time with her heart. She had always feared the unknown, had always doubted her own ability to make a difference. But now, in this moment, she understood. The stories were not hers to control, they were hers to share, to pass on to others who would carry them forward. When Elin opened her eyes again, the stones were no longer glowing. The clearing was still, the air calm and peaceful. The voice had faded, but the sense of purpose remained, steady and strong within her. Elin stepped into the center of the stone circle, her heart filled with a quiet resolve. She wasn't sure what the future held or where her path would lead, but she knew that she was no longer alone. The stories of the past, the voices of those who had come before her, were with her, guiding her steps. With a deep breath, Elin turned away from the stone circle and began her journey once more. The night was quiet, the stars above her shining brightly, as if they, too, were waiting for her to share the stories that had been entrusted to her. The days that followed were filled with quiet contemplation, as Elin continued to walk the earth, guided by the stories she had learned and the wisdom that now seemed to echo within her. She no longer felt as if she were searching for something elusive. Instead, she walked with purpose, as though she were being drawn toward the very heart of the world. She had left the stone circle behind, but its presence lingered with her. The quiet hum of the earth, The pulse that had filled her when she stood within the circle was still with her. An ever-present reminder of the deep connection between all things. It was as if the land itself was watching over her, waiting for her to find the place where the stories would be shared. As the days passed, Elin found herself coming across others, travelers, villagers, wanderers, and with each encounter, she felt the pull of the stories more strongly. She began to understand that the stories she carried were not just for her. They were meant for the world, for anyone who needed them. And each person she met was a thread in the greater tapestry, each one carrying a piece of the story that needed to be told. One evening, as the sun began its slow descent behind the hills, Elin found herself walking through a quiet valley. The air was thick with the scent of flowers and damp earth, and the soft murmur of a stream nearby filled the silence. She stopped for a moment, letting the peace of the valley wash over her. In the distance, she could see the outline of a small village, nestled between the hills. As she approached, the first stars began to appear in the sky, twinkling faintly like the whispers of long-forgotten dreams. It was a place she had passed through many times, but tonight, it felt different. The village seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, a subtle invitation that tugged at her heart. Without hesitation, Elin made her way toward the village, the soft crunch of gravel beneath her feet the only sound breaking the stillness of the evening. As she entered the village, she was greeted by familiar faces, people she had met in her travels. But there was something new in the air, a sense of anticipation, as if they, too, had been waiting for her. Elin made her way to the center of the village, where a large fire burned brightly. The villagers had gathered around, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of the flames. They looked to her expectantly, as though they had known she would come, as though they had been waiting for her to bring the stories. For a moment, Elin hesitated. She had never been one to speak in front of others, to share her thoughts and memories with so many. But as she looked around at the faces of the villagers, each one different, yet somehow the same, she felt a deep sense of belonging. These were the people the stories were meant for. These were the hearts she had been waiting to touch. The fire crackled, the flames dancing in the night air, and Elin took a deep breath. She could feel the stories swirling inside her, rising up from the depths of her soul. They were ready to be shared, ready to flow freely into the world. Elin stepped forward, her voice soft but steady. "I've walked many paths," she began, her words carrying in the quiet night air, "and I've heard many stories. Some of them are old, some are new. But all of them are connected, like the threads of a great tapestry. Each story, each person, is a part of something much greater than we can see." The villagers listened, their faces rapt with attention. The fire crackled softly, the flames casting flickering shadows on the ground. "These stories," Elin continued, her voice growing more confident, "are not just mine to carry. They belong to all of us. They are the whispers of the earth, the memories of the past, and the hopes for the future. And it is our duty, our privilege, to share them, to let them grow and change." Elin paused for a moment, her eyes scanning the faces before her. "We are all part of this story. Each one of us carries a thread, and together, we weave the fabric of the world." The villagers were silent. And for a long moment, Elin wondered if her words had made any difference. But then, one by one, they began to speak. A woman with silver hair told the story of her childhood by the sea. A man with weathered hands spoke of the days when he had traveled far and wide. A young girl shared a dream she had once had, a vision of a world where all creatures lived in harmony. As each person spoke, the stories wove together, forming a rich tapestry of voices and memories. The fire burned brightly, and the night seemed to stretch on forever, as if time itself had forgotten to move. When the last story was shared, Elin felt a deep sense of peace. The stories had been passed on, not just from her to them, but from each person to the next. The village was no longer just a collection of individuals, it was a community bound together by the shared stories that had flowed between them. Elin looked up at the stars, her heart light and full. The stories were no longer a burden. They were a gift. A gift that would continue to grow, to change, and to heal, just as the world around them did, and so, Elin knew, her journey was far from over. There were still stories to share, still hearts to touch. But she was no longer afraid. She had found her place in the world, and the stories had found their home. The night was quiet, the fire crackling softly, and Elin smiled, knowing that the tales of the past would always guide her. Lighting her way forward, as the seasons turned, Elin's journey continued, though it was no longer the wandering quest it had once been. She no longer searched for the stories or wondered where they might be found. Instead, she carried them within her, like a lantern that never went out. Everywhere she went, they seemed to rise up, their whispers filling the spaces between breaths. Elin's travels led her to a vast forest one crisp autumn morning, where the trees stood tall and ancient, their branches whispering secrets to the wind. The forest was known to be a place of mystery and wonder, where many had ventured, but few had returned unchanged. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. And as she walked beneath the towering trees, Elin could feel the magic of the place. In the heart of the forest, she came upon a small clearing. At its center was a pool of water, its surface so still that it reflected the sky above like a mirror. The pond seemed untouched, unspoiled by the passage of time. It was here that Elin felt the pull of something deep and ancient, a calling that resonated in the very bones of the earth. Kneeling beside the pond, Elin gazed into the water, her reflection blending with the shimmering surface. As she stared into the depths, memories long forgotten began to rise, visions of the past, of the stories she had learned, of the people she had met, and the lessons she had gained. The water seemed to hold them all, as though it were a keeper of time. The stillness of the pond settled over her, and she closed her eyes, allowing herself to drift into a quiet reverie. It was as if the water was speaking to her, sharing its wisdom, offering her understanding without words. And in that moment, she knew, this pond, like the stories she carried, was a reflection of something greater. It was a reminder that all things were connected, that all paths led to one place, one truth. The whispers of the forest grew louder, the rustling of the leaves becoming a chorus of voices. Elin sat still, allowing the sounds to wash over her, until she felt the soft touch of a hand on her shoulder. Turning, she saw an old woman standing beside her, her face lined with age but her eyes bright with knowing. The woman spoke softly, her voice like the wind through the trees. "You've come, child," she said. "You've come to understand the truth of the stories." Elin nodded, though the words still eluded her. "I feel it," she said softly. "The stories, They're not just memories. They're not just words. They are a part of everything. They are the heartbeat of the world. The old woman smiled, her eyes twinkling. Yes, you are beginning to see. The stories are not just for the telling. They are the threads that weave the fabric of all life. They are the whispers in the wind, the rustling of leaves, the murmur of the earth. Everything has a story, and all stories are one. Elin looked back into the pond, watching as the surface rippled ever so slightly, as if responding to the woman's words. "But why me?" she asked. "Why am I the one who carries them?" The woman's gaze softened, and she sat beside Elin on the grass. "You are a keeper of the stories, but not the only one. All who listen, all who hear, become keepers. The stories choose those who are ready to listen, to share, and to pass them on. And you have learned what many do not: stories are not meant to be kept. They are meant to flow, to spread, to grow." Elin sat in silence for a moment, letting the weight of the woman's words sink in. The pond shimmered before her, and the world around her seemed to hold its breath. She realized that this was a turning point, a moment of deep understanding. "The world is full of stories," Elin whispered. "And they are not mine to hold. They are meant for everyone." The old woman nodded. "Yes, child. And when the time is right, you will know how to share them, how to let them flow. But first, you must understand that they are a part of you, a part of everything. Without the stories, the world would not be whole." Elin stood, feeling the weight of the woman's words settle into her chest, like a truth she had always known but had never fully understood. She turned to the old woman, who was already fading into the mist of the forest, her form becoming one with the trees. "Thank you," Elin called softly, though the woman was already gone. With a final glance at the still pond, Elin turned to continue her journey. The forest was alive with the stories of its past, the whispered voices of all those who had walked before her, and she knew that as she moved forward, she would carry them with her. The stories were not just in the earth, they were in the very air she breathed, in every step she took. Elin smiled, a quiet peace settling over her. She had learned the secret of the twilight pond, that all stories are one, that they flow like the water, ever changing, ever reaching, and ever true. And it was her duty, her gift, to let them flow through her and into the world, one whispered word at a time. And so, with the weight of the stories settled gently on her heart, Elin walked forward, knowing the path would always be there, waiting to lead her to new places, new faces, and new tales to tell. As Elin continued her journey, the world around her seemed to open in new ways, revealing layers of beauty and mystery that had once been hidden. She carried with her the lessons of the twilight pond, the understanding that stories were the lifeblood of the world, flowing through everything, connecting all things. And with each step, Elin felt more deeply that the stories were not just something she listened to, but something she was a part of. One evening, as she wandered through a quiet valley, the sun dipping low and casting long shadows across the land, Elin found herself drawn to a small hill that overlooked a serene lake. The stillness of the scene reminded her of the pond she had visited long ago. And something in the air felt familiar, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. As she climbed the gentle rise, the wind carried with it the scent of wildflowers, and she felt a sense of peace that soothed her heart. At the top of the hill, she sat down, gazing out over the lake. Its surface was a perfect mirror, reflecting the soft colors of the sunset and the sky that deepened into twilight. The sight before her was breathtaking. Everything was perfectly still, as though the world had paused to take a moment of quiet reflection. And as she watched, Elin noticed something unusual. In the center of the lake, there was a small island, its trees and grasses bathed in the soft light of the fading day. It was not a large island, but it seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, as though it was not quite part of the world she knew. Elin stood and made her way toward the edge of the lake, where the water was so clear that she could see the stones beneath its surface, smooth and worn by time. She stepped carefully into the cool water, her feet brushing the soft mud at the bottom as she made her way toward the island. As she waded through the water, a quiet voice seemed to call to her, soft but unmistakable. It was a voice she had heard before, in dreams and in the whispers of the wind. She paused, her heart racing, unsure whether the voice was real or a trick of the mind. Elin. It whispered, the sound gentle but urgent. She hesitated for a moment, but then continued, her curiosity driving her forward. The voice seemed to guide her, each step bringing her closer to the island. As she reached the shore, she felt a strange sense of calm wash over her, as though she had arrived exactly where she needed to be. The island was small, but it held an incredible stillness, as if time itself moved differently here. The trees stood like sentinels, their leaves shimmering in the twilight. And at the center of the island was a small stone structure, an ancient, crumbling temple, half hidden by ivy and moss. Elin approached the temple, her steps slow and deliberate. The air around her seemed to hum with quiet energy, and she felt the presence of something ancient and powerful. As she stepped closer, the door of the temple creaked open, as though it had been waiting for her arrival. Inside, the temple was dim, the only light coming from a soft glow that emanated from the walls themselves. In the center of the room, a stone pedestal stood, upon which rested a small, shimmering crystal. The crystal pulsed with an inner light, casting shadows that danced on the walls. Elin felt a pull toward the crystal, a sense that it held something important, something that would unlock the next step of her journey. She approached the pedestal, her hand outstretched. And as she touched the crystal, a wave of energy washed over her. For a moment, she was enveloped in light, her mind flooded with images, flashes of memories, of stories, of faces long forgotten. It was as if the crystal was speaking to her, sharing its wisdom, its knowledge of the past, present, and future. The stories of the world seemed to pour into her all at once, filling her heart with a sense of understanding, and then, as quickly as it had come, the light faded, leaving Elin standing in the temple, breathless but grounded. The crystal was still in her hand, its light now soft and steady, as if it had shared its secrets and now trusted her to carry them forward. Elin stood in silence, the weight of the knowledge settling within her. She had learned something profound, that the stories she carried, the threads she wove through the world, were not just hers. They were part of something much larger, a tapestry that connected all beings, all things. The crystal had shown her this truth, and now it was up to her to share it, to keep the stories alive and flowing. With a final glance at the temple, Elin turned and walked back toward the shore, the crystal still pulsing gently in her hand. The lake before her was calm once again, its surface reflecting the stars that were beginning to appear in the sky. The stories, she realized, were like the stars, constant, ever present. And guiding her on her path, as she waded back to the shore and continued on her journey, Elin felt a deep peace settle within her. She knew that her journey was far from over, but with each step, she was becoming more attuned to the stories that wove through the world, guiding her, shaping her, and reminding her of the deep connection between all things. And so, with the crystal in her hand and the stories in her heart, Elin continued on, knowing that the path ahead would always be filled with whispers, waiting to be heard. The night had fallen quietly over the world, the air cool and still. Elin, still holding the shimmering crystal in her hand, walked carefully along the edge of the lake. The stars overhead seemed to whisper their secrets to her, their soft glow reflecting in the waters below. The world around her was bathed in an ethereal light, as though the very earth and sky were aligned in a perfect moment of peace. As she walked, Elin couldn't shake the feeling that she was no longer walking alone. The wind carried a soft murmur, like 1,000 voices calling from the distance, voices familiar yet distant. Her heart quickened with each step, as though she was being led by something beyond her understanding. The crystal pulsed gently in her palm, its warmth grounding her in the quiet night. She glanced up to see a figure in the distance, standing by the water. It was a woman, cloaked in soft, flowing robes that shimmered like the stars above. Her face was obscured by the hood of her cloak, but Elin felt a pull toward her, an undeniable connection that tugged at her soul. "Who are you?" Elin called out, her voice soft yet full of wonder. The woman turned slowly, her gaze settling on Elin with an intensity that was both comforting and mysterious. She took a step forward, the air around her rippling with a faint glow, as though she herself was made of light. "I am the keeper," the woman replied, her voice gentle and melodic, like the wind through the trees. "I tend to the stories that live within this world." Elin felt the weight of her words settle in her chest, and a deep knowing bloomed inside her. She had heard of the keepers in the legends, the ones who held the ancient knowledge, the guardians of the stories that shaped the world. This woman was one of them, the crystal, Elin whispered, glancing down at it in her hand, still glowing softly. "It chose me." The keeper nodded. "Yes, the crystal has chosen you. It has always known that you would come, that you would be the one to carry the stories forward. It is not a burden, but a gift. The crystal holds the stories of this world, and through it, you will learn to guide them, protect them, and share them." Elin's heart swelled with emotion, her mind racing. She had always known that her journey had meaning. But now, standing before the keeper, she realized the true weight of her purpose. She had been called to something greater than herself, to preserve the stories of the world, to ensure that they would never be forgotten. "But how do I begin?" Elin asked, her voice filled with awe and uncertainty. The keeper stepped closer, her gaze softening. "You have already begun, Elin. Every step you take is part of the story. Every word you speak, every action you take, weaves into the tapestry of the world's history. You are already a storyteller, though you may not yet fully understand the depth of your role. Trust in the journey, and the stories will guide you." The keeper reached out, her hand brushing Elin's gently. A wave of warmth and understanding passed between them, and Elin felt the stories surge within her, filling her with a quiet sense of knowing. The knowledge of the world's history, its triumphs and tragedies, its beauty and its pain, rushed through her like a river, and she understood in that moment that her journey was not just her own. "You are never alone, Elin," the keeper whispered, her voice fading into the breeze. "The stories live in all of us. They are the threads that bind us together, connecting us across time and space. When you carry the stories, you carry the souls of the past and the future." With that, the keeper turned and began to walk away, her form dissolving into the night. Elin stood there for a long moment, her heart still beating in rhythm with the pulse of the crystal. She knew the keeper's words were true, her journey had just begun, and the stories she carried would be her guide. The world around her seemed to breathe with a new energy, the trees rustling softly in the wind, the water of the lake lapping gently against the shore. The stars above shone brighter now, their light reflecting the promise of what was to come. Elin smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace settle within her. The crystal's warmth in her hand reminded her that she was part of something much larger than herself. The stories were alive within her, waiting to be told. And with that knowledge, Elin took her first step forward, ready to embrace the journey ahead. As she walked, the night deepened around her, the air growing cooler, but she no longer felt alone. The stories, she knew, would always be with her, whispering in the wind, shining in the stars, and guiding her through the silence of the world. And so, Elin continued her journey, the keeper of the stories, with the crystal in her hand and the weight of the world's history resting gently on her shoulders. The night stretched out before her, full of possibilities, and she was ready to listen. Elin walked along the moonlit path that wound through the forest, her footsteps light against the soft earth. The crystal in her hand continued to pulse with warmth, its rhythm steady and calming, like the heartbeat of the land itself. The world around her seemed alive in ways she had never noticed before. The rustling leaves whispered secrets, and the stars above sparkled as if sharing a knowing smile. The keeper's words echoed in her mind. "You are never alone. The stories live in all of us." Elin held on to that truth like a lantern in the dark, letting it guide her as she moved deeper into the forest. Each step felt deliberate, as though the ground beneath her feet was leading her somewhere specific, somewhere she needed to be. After what felt like hours, Elin came to a clearing. The trees opened up to reveal a small pond, its surface perfectly still and reflecting the stars above like a mirror. Twilight Pond. She recognized it immediately from the tales she had heard as a child, stories of a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where whispers of the past and future could be heard if one listened closely enough. Elin knelt at the water's edge, her reflection shimmering faintly on the surface. She noticed how the crystal in her hand glowed brighter as it neared the water, its light casting a gentle glow over the clearing. Taking a deep breath, she dipped the crystal into the pond. The effect was immediate. The water rippled outward in perfect circles, and the crystal flared with light, illuminating the clearing in a soft, golden glow. Elin's breath caught as the ripples transformed into images, scenes from the past, present, and future, all playing out on the surface of the pond like a moving tapestry. She saw a young girl walking through the same forest, her laughter echoing in the air. She saw a village celebrating beneath a sky filled with lanterns, their joy palpable. She saw battles fought and lost, and victories that brought peace. And then she saw herself, standing in this very clearing, holding the crystal, her face calm and resolute. The images shifted again, and Elin saw something unexpected. A figure cloaked in shadow, standing at the edge of the forest. Their presence sent a shiver down her spine. But she couldn't look away. The figure seemed to watch her intently, their form hazy and undefined. They raised a hand, as if beckoning her, before disappearing into the darkness. Elin's heart raced. Who was that figure? Were they part of the story she was meant to uncover, or were they something else entirely? The crystal in her hand pulsed again, its light dimming slightly, as if to remind her to stay grounded. She sat back on her heels, her mind spinning. The pond had shown her so much, but it had also left her with questions. The keeper's words rang in her ears once more, "Trust in the journey, and the stories will guide you." Taking a deep breath, Elin rose to her feet. The pond's surface stilled once more, the images fading into the quiet night. She knew she couldn't stay here forever. The forest was vast, and there were still so many stories waiting to be discovered. Before leaving, Elin placed her hand over the crystal, whispering a silent promise. "I will protect the stories, and I will follow where they lead." The forest seemed to respond, the wind carrying her words like a melody through the trees. Elin turned and began walking once more, the path ahead of her illuminated by the soft glow of the crystal. The clearing behind her faded into the shadows, but she carried its memory with her, a reminder of the power of the stories and the responsibility she now bore, as she ventured deeper into the forest. The night seemed to hum with anticipation. Elin didn't know what lay ahead, but she felt ready. The stories were her guide, and she was determined to honor them, no matter where they led. The forest felt quieter now, as though it held its breath in anticipation of Elin's next steps. The crystal in her hand glowed faintly, its light steady and warm, a comforting presence in the vast unknown. Every so often, she would glance back, half expecting to see the shadowy figure from the pond's vision lurking in the distance, but the path behind her was empty, shrouded in the soft shadows of the trees. Elin pressed forward, her mind alive with questions. The visions she had seen at the pond were vivid, almost overwhelming in their clarity. The girl in the forest, the celebrations, the battles, and that cloaked figure, they all felt connected somehow, woven together by threads she couldn't yet see. And yet, a part of her trusted that the answers would reveal themselves in time. The stories had a way of guiding those who listened. As the trees thinned, she came upon a new sight, a massive stone archway standing alone in a clearing. Vines crept along its surface, their delicate leaves glowing faintly as though they were kissed by the same magic as the crystal. The archway was ancient, its surface etched with symbols and patterns that shimmered faintly in the moonlight. Elin's breath caught as she approached. The arch felt alive, pulsing with a quiet energy that seemed to resonate with the crystal in her hand. As she stepped closer, she noticed an inscription carved into the stone, written in an ancient language she didn't recognize. Yet, as her fingers traced the letters, the meaning unfolded in her mind like a whispered memory. Through the gate of twilight lies the path to truth. Only those who carry the stories may enter. The crystal in her hand grew warmer, its light intensifying. Elin realized this was the next step in her journey. The gate would lead her to the heart of the mystery. But there was a catch. The words etched into the stone made it clear, only those who carried the stories could pass. She hesitated, her mind racing. Was she ready? The keeper's words echoed softly, "You are already a storyteller, though you may not yet understand it fully." Taking a deep breath, Elin stepped toward the archway. As she passed beneath it, the air shimmered around her, and the forest seemed to fall away. The world tilted, the ground beneath her feet shifting, and a sensation like the pull of a strong current swept over her. When the feeling subsided, Elin found herself standing in a completely new place. The air here was cool and heavy with the scent of earth and stone. She was inside a massive cavern, its walls glittering with crystals of every color. They sparkled faintly, casting soft rainbows of light across the chamber. In the center of the cavern stood a pedestal, carved from smooth, dark stone, and resting atop it was an enormous book, its cover adorned with the same glowing symbols as the archway. Elin approached cautiously, the weight of the moment pressing down on her. The crystal in her hand pulsed in time with her heartbeat, its glow growing brighter as she neared the book. When she stood before it, she could feel its power, ancient and alive, like the heartbeat of the world itself. The book's cover was warm to the touch, and as Elin placed her hand upon it, the symbols began to shift and move, arranging themselves into words she could read. The Chronicle of Forgotten Stories. A soft breeze stirred through the cavern, carrying a faint, melodic hum, as if the book was singing to her. The cover creaked open, revealing pages filled with glowing text and vibrant images that seemed to move and shimmer as she looked at them. The stories within the book felt familiar, yet distant, like dreams half remembered. They told of worlds long forgotten, of heroes and villains, of love and loss, of the threads that wove together to form the tapestry of existence. As Elin turned the pages, she realized that some of the stories were incomplete, their endings blurred or missing entirely. "The forgotten stories," she whispered. "These are the ones I'm meant to protect." The realization struck her with both awe and a deep sense of responsibility. This was why the crystal had chosen her, why the keeper had appeared, and why the pond had shown her those visions. She was not just a guardian of these stories, she was part of them, destined to complete what had been left unfinished. As she turned the final page, she saw a blank space. The crystal in her hand flared, its light spilling onto the page, and words began to form in elegant script. They told of a young woman named Elin, chosen by the crystal, guided by the keeper, and entrusted with the Chronicle of Forgotten Stories. Elin smiled, her heart swelling with purpose. The story was hers now, and she would carry it forward. The cavern around her seemed to hum in agreement, the crystals casting brighter light as though celebrating her resolve. And as she closed the book, Elin knew that her journey was far from over. There were still stories to uncover, mysteries to solve, and truths to protect. With the Chronicle of Forgotten Stories in her hands and the crystal as her guide, Elin stepped forward into the unknown, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. Elin emerged from the cavern into a dawn painted in soft hues of pink and gold. The air was crisp, and the gentle rustling of leaves carried with it a sense of renewal. She clutched the Chronicle of Forgotten Stories tightly, its weight both literal and symbolic, a reminder of the responsibility she now bore. Her mind swirled with thoughts. The blank pages within the book were a mystery, waiting to be unraveled. Were they hers to fill, or did they belong to stories yet to be remembered? She touched the crystal resting on her chest, its glow faint now, as if it, too, rested after guiding her so far. As she walked through the forest, the landscape seemed subtly altered. The trees stood taller, their leaves shimmering with dew that caught the morning light like tiny diamonds. The ground beneath her feet was soft, alive with moss and wildflowers that seemed to bloom in her presence. The path ahead led her to a familiar clearing, but something about it had changed. Where once stood silence and shadows, now lingered an air of anticipation. In the center of the clearing, a figure waited. It was the keeper. Their cloak shifted in the breeze, blending with the light like watercolors on a canvas. Their eyes, deep pools of timeless knowledge, met hers with a look of approval. "You found it," the keeper said, their voice a melody that echoed through the clearing. "The chronicle is in safe hands now." Elin stepped forward, holding out the book. "It's more than I imagined. But there are stories missing, blank spaces waiting to be filled." "What do they mean?" The keeper tilted their head, a soft smile playing on their lips. "Not all stories are meant to be written at once. Some unfold in their own time. Those blank pages are the echoes of tales yet to be remembered or lived. They await the touch of a storyteller who listens." Elin nodded, though the weight of their words pressed against her chest. "And what if I fail? What if I can't find all the stories?" "You already have the heart of a storyteller, Elin," the keeper said. "The chronicle chose you because it saw your courage, your curiosity, and your kindness. The stories will come to you as they are meant to. Trust the journey, as the journey trusts you." The keeper extended a hand, and from their palm blossomed a small, glowing seed. It floated toward Elin, settling into her hand with a gentle warmth. "This is the seed of memory," the keeper explained. "Plant it where your heart feels most at home. It will grow into a sanctuary for stories, a place where the chronicle can rest, and where you may gather your thoughts." Elin looked at the seed, its glow pulsing faintly, and felt a sense of calm wash over her. She knew exactly where it needed to go, by the pond, where this journey had first begun. The keeper stepped back, their form fading into the light of the morning. "Remember, Elin, a storyteller's path is never truly solitary. The stories you gather will guide others, just as they guide you." With that, the keeper disappeared, leaving Elin alone in the clearing, but she didn't feel alone. The forest seemed alive with whispers of encouragement. The soft rustling of leaves carrying her forward. As she made her way back to Twilight Pond, Elin felt a renewed sense of purpose. She held the chronicle close, its presence a quiet reminder of the trust placed in her. When she reached the pond, the water was as still and reflective as glass, mirroring the sky above. She knelt at the edge, the seed of memory resting in her palm. With care, she pressed it into the soil, her fingers brushing against the cool earth. A soft glow spread from where the seed was planted, and Elin watched in awe as a tiny sapling emerged. Its leaves sparkled like stardust, and its roots reached deep, as though anchoring it to the stories of the land. Elin smiled, feeling a connection to the tree, the pond, and the chronicle itself. This was her sanctuary now, a place where stories could flourish and where she could continue her journey as the keeper of forgotten stories. Elin watched as the tiny sapling by the edge of the pond began to sway gently, as though touched by an invisible breeze. Its leaves shimmered, catching the light of the rising sun, and a soft, melodic hum seemed to radiate from it. The seed of memory was already taking root in more ways than she could comprehend. Sitting by the water, Elin opened the chronicle of forgotten stories once again. The blank pages seemed less daunting now, as though they were patiently waiting for her to breathe life into them. She ran her fingers over the aged parchment, her mind wandering back to the tales she had already uncovered, the forgotten guardian, the shimmering crystals, the gentle whispers of the meadow. Each story felt like a thread, weaving a tapestry that stretched beyond her understanding, but something else caught her eye. On the very first page of the chronicle, where once there had only been her name, a single sentence had appeared, written in delicate, flowing script. The story begins when the heart listens. Elin traced the words with her fingertip, feeling their truth resonate within her. She closed her eyes and listened, not just with her ears, but with every part of herself. The forest around her seemed to respond, its sounds growing clearer. The rustling of the leaves, the gentle lap of water against the pond's edge, even the faint songs of distant birds, they all wove together, telling her something she couldn't yet put into words. When she opened her eyes, a soft ripple broke the stillness of the pond. At first, she thought it was the wind, but as she leaned closer, she saw something unusual. In the water's reflection, shapes began to form, faint, fleeting images like scenes from a dream. She saw a village nestled in the valley of distant mountains. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, and people bustled about, their faces both familiar and strange. Then, the image shifted to a young girl standing at the edge of a cliff, her hand stretched toward the sky as though grasping for the stars. The scene changed again, this time to an elderly man sitting under a massive tree, his eyes closed as if lost in a memory. Elin's heart quickened. These were fragments of stories, echoes waiting to be found. Suddenly, the sapling behind her began to hum louder, its glow intensifying. Elin turned just in time to see tiny orbs of light rising from its leaves. The lights hovered in the air before drifting toward her, circling her like fireflies. One by one, they settled onto the blank pages of the chronicle, their glow imprinting faint shapes and symbols onto the parchment. When the lights faded, Elin opened the book to find new illustrations and faint words etched into the pages. The images were incomplete, like puzzle pieces waiting to be placed together, but they were enough to guide her. The first illustration showed the village she had seen in the water's reflection. Below it, in faded letters, were the words, "The town of echoes waits for its storyteller." Elin felt a pull in her chest, a quiet but insistent urge to follow where the chronicle was leading her. This was her next step, her next story to uncover. She closed the book gently and stood, looking out across the pond one last time. The sapling's glow had softened, but its presence remained strong, a silent promise that this sanctuary would always be here for her. With the chronicle tucked securely under her arm, Elin set off once more, the path ahead both uncertain and exhilarating. As she walked, the forest seemed to part for her, guiding her toward the unknown. And in the distance, she thought she heard the faintest whisper of voices, stories calling her name, waiting to be remembered. The forest path unfolded before Elin like a map written by unseen hands. The chronicle tucked under her arm seemed to pulse faintly, as though encouraging her onward. The words etched into the page, "The town of echoes waits for its storyteller," played over and over in her mind, guiding her steps. The air around her grew cooler, the trees taller and their canopies thicker. Sunlight filtered through in soft golden beams, casting patterns on the forest floor. Yet, despite the growing quiet, there was no sense of loneliness. The forest felt alive, as if it were aware of her presence and her purpose. As she walked, a sound broke the stillness, a soft, melodic echo that rose and fell like a distant song. Elin paused, tilting her head to listen. It wasn't birdsong or the wind through the leaves, it was something deeper, almost like a voice calling from far away. She followed the sound, her steps quickening. The melody grew clearer, guiding her like a thread through the trees. Soon, the forest began to thin, and the ground beneath her feet turned from soft moss to cobblestone. Before her stood a village, nestled in a wide valley surrounded by misty hills. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the faint sound of laughter and chatter carried on the breeze. But as Elin stepped closer, something felt different. The voices didn't overlap in a natural way. Instead, they seemed to echo, repeating themselves like whispers bouncing off unseen walls. Elin entered the village cautiously. The cobblestone streets were lined with quaint houses, their shutters painted in faded colors. Villagers bustled about, carrying baskets, sweeping porches, tending to small gardens, but their movements were strangely fluid, almost dreamlike. She approached a woman hanging laundry on a line. "Excuse me," Elin said gently, "can you tell me where I am?" The woman turned, her face kind but distant, as though she were looking at something just beyond Elin. Her lips moved, but instead of a direct answer, the same question echoed back to Elin, as if spoken from far away. "Can you tell me where I am?" Elin blinked, startled. She tried again with another villager, a man sitting by a well. "Hello, I'm looking for the storyteller of this village. Do you know where I can find them?" The man smiled faintly, but once again, her words echoed back to her, "Do you know where I can find them?" Confusion mingled with curiosity. Elin opened the chronicle, flipping to the page where the illustration of the village was etched. Below it, new words had appeared. "In the town of echoes, stories are trapped, waiting to be freed." Elin closed the book and looked around, her heart racing. She realized that the villagers were stuck, repeating only what they heard, their voices bouncing endlessly like an echo trapped in a canyon. Their stories had no flow, no conclusion, just fragments caught in a loop. But why? And how could she help them? As the questions swirled in her mind, the melody she'd heard earlier returned. It was louder now, clearer, and it seemed to be coming from the center of the village. She followed the sound, weaving through the streets until she reached a large stone bell tower. At its base was an ancient well, its stones covered in moss and ivy. The melody resonated from deep within, and as Elin peered over the edge, she saw a faint light glowing far below. The chronicle hummed in her hands, its cover warm to the touch. Elin knew this was where she needed to go. The answers, the stories, and perhaps the freedom of the village lay within the well. Taking a deep breath, she placed the chronicle in her satchel, secured the strap across her chest, and began her descent into the unknown. The air grew cooler as she climbed down, the melody growing louder with every step. Finally, she reached the bottom, where a soft light illuminated a circular chamber. In the center of the room was a pedestal, and atop it rested an intricately carved orb, its surface swirling with colors like a living painting. The melody emanated from the orb, and as Elin approached, she could feel its power, a mixture of sorrow and hope, like a story longing to be told. Her fingers brushed the orb's surface, and suddenly, the room filled with voices, fragments of stories, laughter, tears, and words long forgotten. The orb pulsed under her hand, and she realized that this was the heart of the village's echoes. Elin closed her eyes, focusing on the chronicle's words. Stories are trapped, waiting to be freed. She let the voices wash over her, listening not just with her ears, but with her heart. Slowly, the fragments began to align, weaving themselves into a tapestry of tales. When she opened her eyes, the orb's glow had softened, its swirling colors settling into a calm, steady light. The melody shifted, no longer mournful but joyful, like a song celebrating its freedom. Elin climbed out of the well, the orb cradled in her hands. As she stepped back into the village square, the change was immediate. The villagers' movements became natural, their voices no longer echoes but rich and full, each carrying its own unique cadence. The woman hanging laundry called out to a friend, her laughter ringing true. The man by the well waved to Elin, his voice clear as he thanked her. Elin smiled, a warmth blooming in her chest. The village was alive again, its stories freed from the loop that had held them captive, and as she looked down at the orb in her hands, she knew her journey was far from over. The chronicle would lead her to other places, other stories waiting to be uncovered and remembered. For now, though, she lingered in the village of echoes, listening to the voices around her, each one a reminder of the power of storytelling to heal, connect, and set the world free. The village of echoes had awakened, its stories finally free to flow like the stream winding through the valley. Elin sat in the square beneath the bell tower, the orb resting in her lap. The villagers gathered around her, their voices vibrant and full of life as they shared tales of old festivals, friendships, and the dreams they'd once thought lost. Each voice was unique, weaving into the chorus of the village's newfound harmony. Yet as Elin listened, her gaze kept drifting to the orb. It shimmered faintly, as if content yet expectant, waiting for the next chapter in its journey. One of the elders, a woman with silvery hair and a warm smile, approached Elin. "You've brought light back to us," she said, her voice steady but filled with gratitude. "For years, we lived in shadows of words that could not find their meaning. Tell me, traveler, what guides you on this path?" Elin hesitated for a moment, then opened the chronicle. The pages fluttered as if caught in a gentle breeze, and when they stilled, a new illustration appeared. It showed a winding trail that led from the village into the mountains, where stars seemed to fall like rain onto a distant lake. "I follow this," Elin replied, showing the elder the chronicle. "It takes me to places where stories are forgotten, where voices are silenced or trapped. I don't know why I was chosen, but I know I have to see it through." The elder studied the page for a moment before nodding. "The mountains ahead are sacred. Few venture there, but those who do speak of the lake of falling stars. Some say it reflects not just the sky but the dreams and fears of all who gaze into it. If the chronicle leads you there, it must be for a reason." The villagers offered Elin supplies for her journey, a sturdy satchel filled with bread, dried fruits, and a flask of fresh spring water. They also gave her a small silver charm in the shape of a star, said to be a token of protection. As she prepared to leave, the melody from the orb grew softer, almost like a farewell. Elin placed it gently into her satchel alongside the chronicle. Feeling its warmth seep into her fingers, the path out of the village led her through fields of wildflowers and up into the hills. The air grew cooler as she ascended, and the forest gave way to rocky terrain dotted with patches of snow. Above her, the sky darkened to twilight, and the first stars began to twinkle. Elin paused to catch her breath, the distant sound of a stream guiding her steps. When she crested the final hill, she stopped in awe. Before her stretched a vast lake, its surface so still it looked like glass. The stars above seemed to ripple across the water, their reflections brighter and more vivid than she had ever seen, but as Elin approached, she noticed something strange. The stars on the water weren't merely reflections, they shimmered and danced, as though they were alive. And in the center of the lake, a faint glow pulsed, much like the orb she carried. The chronicle hummed softly in her bag, and Elin knew she had reached the next chapter of her journey. The lake of falling stars awaited, its mysteries ready to be uncovered. Elin stood at the edge of the lake of falling stars, her breath catching as the glowing surface seemed to pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. The chronicle in her satchel began to hum louder, its warmth growing more insistent. She knelt by the water's edge and placed the book on the ground. As she opened it, the pages fluttered and a new illustration appeared, this one depicting a figure stepping into the lake. Surrounded by shimmering lights, she looked back at the orb in her bag, its soft glow mirroring the lake's radiance. It had guided her here, and now, it seemed, the lake was calling her forward. Elin removed her boots, her feet touching the cool surface of the water. To her amazement, it didn't ripple or soak her skin. Instead, it was as though she was walking on light itself. Each step sent tiny stars scattering beneath her, their soft laughter echoing in the still night air. As she reached the center of the lake, the glow she had seen earlier grew brighter, forming a swirling vortex of light. The chronicle's hum became a melody, a song that resonated deep within her soul. She felt a pull, not physical, but something more profound, as if the lake was inviting her to share her own story. Elin placed the orb in the center of the vortex, watching as it floated gently above the water. The stars around her grew brighter, and the melody shifted, harmonizing with the lake's own song. Memories began to surface in her mind, of her journey, the villages she had visited, the lives she had touched. But deeper still were her own fears, her uncertainties, and the question that had followed her since the beginning, "Why me?" The lake responded, its voice soft yet infinite. Because stories choose those who listen. You are the keeper of echoes, the mender of silences. This is your purpose. The orb began to dissolve into the light, its essence merging with the lake. For a moment, Elin felt a pang of loss, but then she realized the truth. The orb was not leaving, it was becoming part of something greater. As the light enveloped her, the chronicle floated up from the water's edge, its pages glowing. New stories began to write themselves across its blank pages, tales of the villagers, the silent ship, the twilight pond, and now, the lake of falling stars. When the light faded, Elin found herself back on the shore, the chronicle resting in her hands. The lake was still once more, its surface reflecting the endless expanse of stars. But something was different. She felt lighter, as though a part of her had been freed. Elin looked down at the chronicle. On its cover, a single phrase had appeared, shimmering like the stars above. the keeper's journey. She smiled, tucking the book into her satchel. The path ahead was unknown, but for the first time, Elin felt no fear, only wonder. As she walked away from the lake, the stars above seemed to shine brighter, their light guiding her toward the next story waiting to be discovered. The silent ship, on the edge of the sea, where the waves kissed the shore like a soft sigh, there was a legend of a ship that never made a sound. It wasn't a ship like any other. Its hull was carved from the finest oak, and its sails, though made of the thinnest fabric, shimmered like a ghostly mist in the moonlight. But the most remarkable thing about the ship was its silence. The silent ship, as it came to be known, never creaked, never groaned, never made the slightest noise as it sailed through the waters. No wind could be heard in its sails, no splash as it cut through the waves. It was as if the ship existed in a world of its own, untouched by the sounds that filled the world around it. People from the nearby village spoke of the ship with awe and wonder, but also with a touch of fear. Some said it was a ship of the gods, a vessel that sailed between realms, its journey eternal. Others whispered that it was cursed, bound to sail forever on the calmest of seas, never able to find a safe harbor. But one thing was certain, the silent ship was not a ship that could be ignored. At night, when the moon hung low in the sky and the world was still, the villagers would gather at the cliffs to watch for its arrival. They said that if you looked closely enough, you could see it drifting in the distance, just beyond the horizon. The ship would appear like a shadow against the starry sky. Its outline barely visible but unmistakable. And though it never made a sound, it always left a trail of mystery in its wake. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a young traveler arrived in the village. He had heard the whispers of the silent ship and was drawn by a strange pull that he couldn't explain. There was something about the ship's silence that called to him, something deep within his heart that made him believe it held the answers he sought. The traveler was not like the others who had come before him. He did not seek fame or treasure, he sought something deeper, a sense of peace, a way to quiet the storm within his own heart. He had been wandering for years, searching for something he couldn't name. The village people, seeing the determination in his eyes, spoke in hushed tones, sharing what they knew of the ship. Many have tried to board it, one elder said, his voice low and gravelly, but none have returned. It is a ship of silence, and silence can be a dangerous thing. There are those who seek answers in the quiet, but sometimes the quiet answers things that should never be known. The traveler listened carefully, but he was not afraid. There was something inside him, a deep yearning, that told him that the silent ship was part of his journey. It was as if his soul recognized it, as though it had been waiting for him all along. The night was clear, the air crisp with the scent of salt and earth. The stars hung in the sky like diamonds, and the moon cast a gentle light over the sea. The traveler stood at the edge of the cliff, his heart steady, his eyes fixed on the horizon, and then, as if called by an unseen force, the silent ship appeared. It drifted into view, as though it had always been there, waiting for him. The waters were still, reflecting the ship's outline as it glided effortlessly across the surface, its sails billowing softly in the non-existent breeze. The ship moved in perfect silence, not a ripple disturbing the glassy surface of the water. The traveler's breath caught in his throat. There it was, the ship he had heard so much about. the one that had haunted his dreams for as long as he could remember. There was no mistaking it. This was the ship he had come for. Without hesitation, he descended the cliffside, his feet finding their way over the rough stones, and made his way to the shore. The village lay quiet behind him, the sounds of life muffled by the distance. All he could hear now was the steady rhythm of his own breath and the soft lapping of the water at the edge of the beach. As he stepped onto the sand, the ship drew closer, its hull now just a few feet from the shore. The traveler stood still, waiting for the ship to make its next move, for he knew that the ship would not come to him. He would have to board it. Step into its silence, and allow it to take him wherever it was meant to lead. The boat's stern rested gently against the shore, as though inviting him to board. It seemed to wait for him, as though it had been waiting for this moment for longer than he could fathom. With a final deep breath, the traveler stepped forward, his heart calm but filled with anticipation. The moment his foot touched the ship's deck, a strange sense of peace washed over him. There were no sounds, no creaking of wood, no rustling of sails. It was as if the ship and the sea had entered into a quiet harmony, an unspoken understanding. The traveler took his place in the center of the ship, his eyes drifting to the stars above. He felt the pull of the ship beneath him, but it did not move. The sea was still, the air heavy with the promise of something ancient, something beyond the world he had known, and then, as if it had been waiting for the right moment, the silent ship began to move. It drifted out from the shore, its course set by forces that were invisible to the eye. The water parted gently before it, as though the very sea itself bowed in respect to the ship. The traveler looked back at the village, the cliffside now far behind, and felt a surge of something, anticipation, excitement, but also a sense of deep mystery. The ship moved ever onward, its silence a cloak that wrapped around the traveler, filling his heart with questions yet to be answered. What was the ship's purpose? Where would it take him? What truths lay in the silence it carried? All these questions swirled in his mind as the silent ship sailed further into the night, and the traveler, like so many before him, was left to follow the pull of the unknown, knowing that the answers would come in time, if he could only listen closely enough to hear them. And so, with the sea beneath him and the stars above, the traveler embarked on a journey that would lead him into the heart of silence, where every word, every thought, and every feeling would be tested by the stillness of the world around him. The silent ship sailed on through the night, its course unmarked by any visible destination, as if it were drifting not on the sea but through time itself. The stars above twinkled in an endless dance, their light bending and folding like soft whispers across the vast ocean. The water beneath the ship was dark and still, as if the ocean itself had surrendered its voice to the silence that enveloped them. Not a ripple disturbed the glassy surface. The traveler sat at the helm, gazing out at the endless horizon, where the sea and sky blended into one soft, impenetrable mist. The air was cool, but there was a warmth inside him, a quiet fire that flickered in his chest, stirring with each passing moment. He could feel the silence of the ship creeping into him, settling into the spaces between his thoughts. It was as if the very act of sailing on this vessel was a meditation, a drawing in of breath so deep that the soul could almost float freely in the vastness of the universe. The traveler closed his eyes for a moment, letting the silence wash over him completely. No noise, no clamor of thoughts, no distractions, just the pulse of his own heart, the rise and fall of his breath. It was an unfamiliar peace, one that he had never known in his long years of wandering. The world, in all its busyness, had often drowned out the whispers of his heart, but here, in this ship, the world was silent. And in that silence, he began to hear things, small whispers. Soft urges that seemed to come from the depths of the ship itself, or perhaps from the stars above. He could not place them, these fleeting feelings that stirred in the corners of his mind. But they were there, gentle tugs, like a rope that led somewhere far beyond what he could understand. It was then that he felt a change in the air, a subtle shift, like a breeze that barely stirred the surface of a pond. The ship, though still moving, seemed to slow. The water beneath it became even more serene, as if the sea were holding its breath. For the first time since he had boarded, the traveler felt a sense of unease, though it was not fear. It was as if the ship was about to reveal something. Something hidden just beneath the surface. The traveler rose from where he sat, walking slowly to the edge of the ship. He peered over the side into the dark waters, watching the faint reflections of the stars shimmer, undisturbed, below the surface. But now, there was something else, a shape, moving slowly beneath the water, its outline barely perceptible. It was long and flowing, like a shadow made of water itself, weaving in and out of the deep blue, never touching the surface. He could feel its presence, like the feeling of someone watching from the darkness, yet he couldn't see what it was. Curiosity gnawed at him, and for a moment, he considered calling out, breaking the silence. Asking if there was someone or something there. But even as the thought formed, he knew it would be pointless. In the realm of this ship, there were no voices, only the quiet dance of existence. Words felt too loud in such a place, and then, as though answering the silent question he hadn't spoken, the ship shifted again. This time, the motion was gentle but undeniable, like the gentle sway of a leaf carried on the wind. The traveler felt it in his bones, a pull that seemed to come from the depths of the ship. He stood still, uncertain but drawn by something he could not ignore. The shape beneath the water began to move more purposefully now, drawing closer, though the traveler could not make out its form. He had the strange sense that it was not just moving through the water, but guiding the ship in some way, leading it toward a destination that had yet to reveal itself. The traveler's heart began to beat a little faster, not from fear, but from anticipation. He had not come this far to turn back, and whatever the silent ship was leading him toward, he was determined to find out. The quiet world around him seemed to deepen, pulling him into its mystery. He reached the ship's bow and stood there, gazing out into the dark expanse. The waters had grown still again, but the shape was closer now, undeniably so, just beneath the surface. The traveler could feel his breath catching in his chest. The shape was almost at the ship, circling it in a slow, deliberate manner, as though it were waiting for the right moment to make itself known. Then, in a single, swift motion, the shape broke the surface. It was not a creature, not an animal, but a swirling mass of light, a ribbon of luminous energy that shimmered with every color of the sea and the sky. It rose slowly, twisting and turning as if it were alive, forming and reforming into patterns that felt ancient and eternal. The traveler stepped back, his eyes wide with awe. The light did not blind him, instead, it enveloped him, as if the ship and the world around him were somehow drawn into this strange, luminous presence. He could feel the pulse of the energy, the thrum of it, deep in his chest. It was as if the light was speaking to him, not with words, but with an ancient language that echoed in the very fabric of his being. For a moment, the world seemed to pause. There was no wind, no sound, only the soft glow of the light and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The ship, the sea, the stars, they all seemed to hold their breath as the traveler stood in the presence of this mystery, and then, as quickly as it had risen, the light began to sink back into the water. The shape below the surface faded, its glow dimming as the ship continued on its journey. Now with a renewed sense of purpose, the traveler stood still. His heart racing, the silence around him feeling different now, deeper, more profound. He realized then that the silent ship had not brought him here by accident. It was leading him toward something, toward an understanding that could only be found in the quiet spaces between thoughts and words. The ship continued its path, its direction unknown but certain, as if it was guided by an ancient force that only it could understand. The traveler, though filled with wonder, knew that the journey had only just begun. Whatever awaited him on this silent voyage, it would reveal itself when the time was right, when the ship, the sea, and the quiet forces at work were ready to speak in their own way. And so, he waited, listening to the silence, knowing that the answers were out there, just beyond the horizon. The silent ship glided through the darkened waters with grace, as if it had no need to hurry, no need to rush toward its destination. The stars above, though distant and silent, felt closer now, as though they too were drawn to this quiet vessel. The traveler, still mesmerized by the mysterious light that had surfaced from the depths, stood at the edge of the ship, his eyes fixed on the smooth, endless horizon. For hours, perhaps even longer, the ship drifted in peaceful stillness. The only sounds that remained were the quiet creaks of the wood, the soft lapping of the water against the hull, and the rhythm of the traveler's own breathing. It was a lullaby of sorts, a gentle cadence that seemed to sing in harmony with the universe itself. Yet, despite the tranquility that enveloped the ship, the traveler could feel a growing unease. The presence of the light had lingered in his mind, like a puzzle he could not solve, a question he could not fully ask. It was as if the ship had revealed something to him, but only a small fragment, leaving the rest hidden, waiting to be uncovered. He closed his eyes for a moment, allowing himself to be enveloped by the quiet darkness around him. The air felt heavier now, as if it carried with it the weight of ancient secrets. He tried to clear his mind, to focus on the sound of the sea and the pulse of the ship beneath his feet. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his thoughts kept drifting back to the light, its colors, its motion, its strange yet comforting presence. A faint, almost imperceptible hum began to vibrate through the ship, a low sound that seemed to resonate from deep within its wooden structure. The traveler opened his eyes and looked around, but there was no sign of change in the surroundings. The sea was still, the sky untouched. Yet, the hum remained, growing just slightly louder, almost as if it were calling to him. The traveler felt a pull within him, a strange, irresistible urge to move toward the source of the hum. He knew, without fully understanding why, that it was connected to the ship's journey, connected to the mysteries it held. He moved instinctively, his feet carrying him toward the center of the deck, where the hum seemed to be coming from. As he reached the middle of the ship, the hum stopped suddenly, replaced by a silence even deeper than before. The absence of the sound was more unsettling than its presence. It was as though the ship itself had paused, waiting, listening, and then, In the stillness, the traveler felt it, a gentle shift in the air, like the first stirrings of a distant breeze. A soft, almost imperceptible glow began to emanate from beneath the deck, casting a pale light across the ship's surface. It was not the blinding brightness of the light he had seen before, but a subtle, soothing glow, like the first light of dawn breaking the night. Curious, the traveler crouched down and moved closer to the source of the glow. It was coming from a hatch at the center of the deck, one he had not noticed before. It was small, unassuming, as if it had always been there, quietly waiting for him. The glow pulsed faintly, as though inviting him to open it. Without hesitation, he reached for the hatch, his fingers brushing against the cool, smooth surface. As he touched it, the glow intensified, wrapping around his fingers like an unseen force. Slowly, almost reverently, he lifted the hatch, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into the ship's belly. The air that rose from the depths below was cool and thick with an ancient scent, earthy, like moss, and yet somehow sweet, as if it had been untouched by time. The traveler hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his chest. But the pull was undeniable. The ship was calling him, drawing him into its depths, and with a deep breath, he descended into the quiet unknown. The staircase spiraled downward, each step feeling as if it were carrying him further from the world above. The hum from earlier grew faint but never completely disappeared, as if the ship itself was breathing in rhythm with him. He moved slowly, taking care to steady himself as the air grew cooler with each passing step. The walls around him were dark, almost liquid in appearance, shimmering as though they were made of the same material as the sea. At the bottom of the staircase, he found himself in a narrow corridor, its walls adorned with strange symbols that seemed to shift as his eyes moved over them. They were ancient, yet familiar, like the forgotten language of the stars. Some symbols glowed faintly, illuminating the path ahead in soft waves of light. The traveler's heart raced, but there was no fear, only a deep sense of awe and wonder. He continued walking down the corridor, the faint glow from the symbols lighting the way. The deeper he ventured, the more the hum resonated in his chest. It was no longer just a sound, it was a feeling, a vibration that seemed to echo within him, filling him with an inexplicable sense of belonging. Finally, the corridor opened into a large, circular chamber. The walls of the room were lined with shelves, each filled with strange objects, jars filled with glowing liquids, small stones that pulsed with light, and intricate sculptures that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested a single, glowing crystal. The crystal radiated a soft, golden light, its surface smooth and perfectly polished. As the traveler approached, the hum intensified, as if the crystal were the very heart of the ship. He felt drawn to it, compelled to reach out and touch its surface. His hand hovered over the crystal, and as his fingers brushed against it, a shock of warmth spread through his body. The light of the crystal grew brighter, flooding the room with its golden glow. In that moment, everything seemed to freeze. The hum, the light, the world around him, it all held its breath. And then, the crystal began to speak, not with words, but with a feeling, a sensation that rippled through the traveler's mind. He felt the story of the ship, of the seas it sailed, of the stars it passed under, and of the forces that guided it. The crystal spoke of journeys long past and journeys yet to come, of ancient secrets hidden in the depths of the ocean, and of wisdom that lay dormant in the quiet corners of the world. The traveler closed his eyes, letting the crystal's voice wash over him, the weight of its knowledge settling gently in his heart. In that moment, he understood, this was not just a ship. It was a vessel of memory, of time, of deep wisdom. It carried with it the echoes of the past, the whispers of the future, and the silent stories of the stars, and as he stood there, surrounded by the glow of the crystal, he realized that his journey had just begun. The silent ship had brought him here for a reason. And he was ready to listen. The golden light of the crystal seemed to envelop the traveler, its warmth seeping into his very bones. As he stood there, the hum of the ship grew louder, resonating deeply within his chest. The air around him felt thick, heavy with the weight of ancient knowledge and untold stories. He closed his eyes, letting the sensation wash over him, his senses heightened by the strange energy in the room. For a long moment, he simply stood there, feeling the pulse of the ship, the pulse of the universe itself. It was as if the ship, the crystal, and he were all connected in a silent, sacred dance, each part of something much larger than he could understand. Yet, the longer he stood in that room, the clearer it became. He was not merely a passenger on this ship. He was part of its journey, part of its eternal path. The light from the crystal flickered, its glow dimming and then flaring back to life. A soft, soothing voice echoed in the traveler's mind, not spoken but felt deep within his soul. It was the voice of the ship itself, ancient and wise, like a forgotten dream. "You have come far," the voice said, its tone soft but firm, like the deep rumblings of the earth. "But there is more to this journey than you know. There are truths that lie beyond what the eyes can see, and you, traveler, have been chosen to uncover them." The traveler's heart raced. He could feel the weight of the words pressing against him, the sense of purpose swelling within him. His questions, the uncertainty that had plagued him from the beginning, began to dissipate. This was why he had been brought aboard the silent ship, to learn, to discover, to unlock the mysteries of the universe. "What must I do?" the traveler asked, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile connection he had with the ship. The crystal pulsed again, its glow brighter now, casting shadows that danced across the walls of the chamber. The symbols etched into the walls seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, forming new patterns that the traveler could not fully comprehend. Yet, there was no fear, only a sense of calm, as if the ship itself was guiding him forward, step by step. "Follow the path of the stars," the voice continued. "Follow the light that leads you. You must seek the lost keys of the sea, the forgotten memories of the deep. Only then will you understand the true purpose of your journey." The words were cryptic, but the traveler understood them in his bones. There was no need for further explanation. The ship had spoken, and its message was clear. The crystal's light began to fade, the hum quieting down as the energy in the room settled. The traveler felt a gentle pull, an invisible force guiding him toward the exit of the chamber. He turned slowly, reluctantly tearing his eyes away from the glowing crystal that had imparted its wisdom. As he made his way back down the corridor, the sense of purpose within him grew stronger, its weight comforting rather than burdensome. He ascended the staircase and emerged back onto the deck of the ship, where the cool night air greeted him like an old friend. The stars above twinkled, their silent light offering him a quiet reassurance. The sea was still, the ship's movement smooth and effortless as it continued its journey through the endless, peaceful waters. The traveler stood at the edge of the ship, gazing out into the vast expanse of the ocean. The light from the crystals still lingered in his mind, a soft glow that illuminated the path ahead. He felt as though he were standing on the edge of a great mystery, ready to step forward into the unknown. He turned to face the ship's helm, where the ship's captain stood in quiet contemplation. The captain had not spoken a word since the traveler's arrival, yet now their eyes met, and the traveler saw something in the captain's gaze, a knowing, a silent understanding. The captain's lips parted, and the traveler heard a voice, faint yet clear, as if it were carried on the wind. "The sea holds many secrets," the captain said, their voice soft but filled with a quiet strength. "But the stars, they hold the answers. Trust in them, and trust in the ship. It will guide you, if you are willing to listen." The traveler nodded, feeling the weight of those words settle deep within his heart. He had been listening to the hum of the ship, to the voice of the crystal, to the wisdom of the stars. And now, it seemed, he was ready to begin his true journey. As the ship sailed forward, cutting through the calm waters, the traveler knew that the silent ship had more to reveal. The path was long, and the mysteries vast, but for the first time since his journey had begun, he felt at peace. The ship would guide him. The stars would show him the way. And in time, he would uncover the secrets of the sea, one step at a time, and so, the silent ship continued its voyage. Its course set by the stars and the quiet hum of the universe. As the traveler stood at the helm, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, the night passed in quiet reverence, the silent ship gliding through the waters like a dream unbroken. The traveler stood at the edge of the ship, his gaze locked on the vast expanse of the sea. The stars above had become more than just distant lights, they had become guides, silently pointing toward a future unknown. The hum of the ship, ever present, seemed to carry a sense of inevitability, as if the very air was pulling him towards something beyond his comprehension. The air was crisp, and the ship moved with a gentle swaying, its wooden frame creaking softly, as if whispering ancient secrets to the traveler. The stars shimmered with newfound intensity, their glow filling the sky with a quiet majesty. He felt, in that moment, a deep connection to everything around him, the ship, the sea, the stars, and the quiet hum that seemed to be his only companion in this vast, silent world. He had begun to understand, in the depths of his soul, that this was not just a journey across the sea. It was a journey through time itself, a voyage into the forgotten realms of the world's ancient history, and the mysteries hidden beneath the waves. The crystal's words echoed in his mind, reminding him of the path ahead. Seek the lost keys of the sea, the forgotten memories of the deep. And now, more than ever, he felt the weight of those words, as though the sea itself was calling him to uncover its secrets. He was not sure what these keys were, but he knew that they existed, hidden beneath the surface of the water, beneath layers of time and memory. He could feel it in his bones, in the quiet pull of the sea beneath him. The ship was guiding him, the stars were lighting his way, and he, the traveler, was on the precipice of something grand. Suddenly, the hum of the ship shifted, growing stronger. It was as if the ship had sensed something, a change in the air, a ripple in the stillness of the night. The traveler's heart quickened as he turned toward the bow of the ship, his eyes searching the horizon. In the distance, he saw it, a faint glow, not from the stars, but from the depths of the sea. It was soft at first, like a distant firefly, but it grew brighter as the ship drew closer. Without a word, the captain appeared beside him, standing with the same quiet presence as before. Their eyes met, and the traveler saw the same knowing glint in the captain's gaze, as though they had been waiting for this moment. "The sea speaks," the captain said, their voice barely a whisper against the soft breeze. "It has always spoken. But few listen, and fewer still understand." The traveler nodded, his heart pounding in his chest as the glow from the depths grew stronger. The hum of the ship had reached a crescendo, vibrating through the wood, through his very body. It was as if the ship, the sea, and the stars were all aligned in this one perfect moment. They had arrived. The glow from beneath the water illuminated the ship, casting long shadows across the deck. The water itself seemed to shimmer, as though the very surface was alive with light. The traveler could feel it now, a deep, pulsing energy, emanating from the depths. It was not of the sea alone, it was ancient, primal, as if it had been waiting for this moment for eons. With a final, gentle lurch, the ship slowed, coming to a halt just above the source of the glow. The water around them rippled softly. And for a brief moment, everything was still. The traveler could see the glow more clearly now. It was not just light, but a shape, a form rising from the depths of the sea. It was like a massive, radiant key, its edges blurred as if it were made of light itself. The air around it shimmered with an otherworldly energy, and the hum of the ship intensified, vibrating with a deep resonance. The captain stepped forward, their eyes fixed on the glowing shape. "This," they said softly, "is the first key. It is the key to the forgotten memories of the sea." The traveler's breath caught in his throat. This was what he had been searching for, the first of the lost keys. He could feel its power, its importance, even though he did not fully understand it. The key, glowing with an ethereal light, seemed to pulse with life, as if it were aware of his presence. The captain turned to him, their expression solemn. "The sea holds many such keys, scattered across its vast expanse. But to claim them, you must listen, traveler. You must listen to the song of the sea, to its whispers in the wind, to the hum beneath the water. Only then will you truly understand." The traveler nodded, the weight of the captain's words sinking deep into his soul. He could feel the pull of the sea now, its call resonating through him. It was a call to remember, to discover, to awaken something ancient that had long been forgotten. As he stepped closer to the edge of the ship, the key's glow intensified, and the hum of the ship resonated in his chest. He reached out, his fingers trembling as they hovered above the water. The key, still rising from the depths, seemed to respond, its light pulsing in time with his heartbeat. In that moment, the traveler knew what he had to do. The sea was calling him, not just to find the lost keys, but to unlock something within himself, something deep and hidden. The journey ahead would not be easy, but it would be the journey of a lifetime. And as he reached out to touch the key, he felt the ship beneath him stir, ready to carry him into the depths of the unknown. The silent ship was no longer just a vessel. It was his guide, his companion, his key to the forgotten path that lay before him. And the traveler was ready to listen. The traveler's hand hovered over the shimmering key, the light dancing in gentle waves that seemed to breathe with life. As his fingers brushed the glowing surface, a warmth spread through him, not just physical but deeply resonant, like a song that awakened something long dormant within his soul. The key pulsed softly, responding to his touch, and the hum of the silent ship grew louder, enveloping him in its steady, rhythmic cadence. The sea beneath the ship seemed to ripple with a quiet acknowledgement, as though the ocean itself had been waiting for this moment. Slowly, the glowing key began to rise, its form becoming more distinct. It was intricate, carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and flow like water, yet solid and tangible. The traveler could feel its significance, an ancient power that transcended time and space. As the key rose fully above the surface, the air around it shimmered, filled with the faint sound of whispers, soft and melodic. They weren't words exactly, but fragments of emotion and memory, like echoes of lives once lived and forgotten. The traveler closed his eyes, letting the sound wash over him. Images flickered in his mind, vast oceans teeming with life, cities of shimmering stone beneath the waves, and a sense of unity between the sea and the sky. The captain stood silently behind him, their presence steady and calm. "You've touched the first key," they said, their voice barely audible over the ship's hum. "It is no small thing, traveler. The sea has entrusted you with its memory, a fragment of its eternal song. But this is only the beginning." The traveler turned to face the captain, his voice steady but filled with curiosity. "What is this key? Why does it feel alive?" The captain's gaze softened, their weathered features illuminated by the key's glow. "The keys are more than objects. They are the essence of the sea's forgotten past, its wisdom, and its sorrow. Long ago, when the world was young, these keys were scattered across the ocean, hidden from those who would misuse their power. To find them is to listen, to remember, and to carry their song forward." The traveler nodded, his hand still resting lightly on the glowing key. He could feel its pulse, like a heartbeat beneath his palm. It was a reminder that this journey was not just about discovery, it was about connection, about becoming part of something far greater than himself. As the traveler stepped back, the key began to dissolve, its light scattering into the air like tiny fireflies. Each fragment floated upward, merging with the stars above until the night sky sparkled brighter than before. The sea grew calm once more, the ripples subsiding into a glassy stillness. The silent ship shuddered gently, its hum shifting into a lower, steadier tone. The captain placed a hand on the traveler's shoulder. "The first key has been awakened. It will guide you now, through the stars and the waves, toward the others. Each key will bring you closer to understanding the sea's song, and your place within it." The traveler looked out at the horizon, where the faint light of dawn began to brush the edges of the sky. The night had passed in a timeless blur, yet he felt as if years had unfolded in those fleeting hours. He could sense the journey ahead, vast and mysterious, but no longer daunting. The ship, the sea, and the stars were all aligned, guiding him toward a destiny he was only beginning to grasp. As the silent ship resumed its journey, the traveler stood at the bow, the cool morning breeze brushing against his face. He felt the weight of the captain's words, but also a newfound sense of purpose. The sea had spoken, and he was ready to listen. Above him, the stars began to fade, giving way to the soft hues of dawn. But their light lingered, a reminder of the keys yet to be found, and the mysteries waiting to be unlocked. The traveler closed his eyes, letting the rhythm of the ship and the song of the sea carry him forward. The morning sun cast its gentle light over the horizon, painting the sea in hues of gold and blue. The silent ship glided onward, its hum a constant companion to the traveler. The world around him felt softer now, as if touched by the key's radiant energy. The traveler stood at the bow, gazing into the endless expanse of water, his thoughts swirling like the currents below. The captain approached, their boots making no sound on the wooden deck. They carried a simple chart, its edges worn, and unfurled it on a small table near the mast. "Traveler," they called softly, drawing his attention. "The first key has set the course, but the sea is vast. Its whispers will guide us, but we must tread carefully." The traveler stepped closer, examining the chart. It was unlike any map he had seen before. The lines and markings shimmered faintly, as if alive, and the symbols seemed to shift subtly when he looked away. "What is this?" he asked, his voice filled with curiosity. "A map of the unseen," the captain replied. "It charts the paths between worlds, the places where time and memory intertwine. The keys will reveal themselves to those who listen, but this map helps us navigate the whispers of the sea." The traveler nodded, his hand tracing the lines of the map. As he touched it, he felt a faint vibration, like the hum of the ship beneath his feet. He closed his eyes and listened, letting the sounds of the sea fill his mind. A vision came to him, an island shrouded in mist, its shores glimmering with faint blue light. The air there felt heavy with stories, as though every grain of sand held a memory waiting to be uncovered. The vision faded as quickly as it had come, leaving the traveler with a sense of longing. "There," he said, pointing to a spot on the map. The captain leaned in, studying the shimmering mark that appeared where the traveler's finger touched. "The island of mist," the captain murmured. "A place forgotten by most, but not by the sea. If the second key lies there, we must prepare." The silent ship shifted course, its movements almost imperceptible. The hum grew deeper, resonating through the air as if the ship itself understood the significance of their destination. The traveler felt a quiet determination settle over him. He was beginning to understand the ship, the sea, and the strange rhythm that bound them together, as the day unfolded. The traveler found himself drawn to the deck's edge, where the water stretched endlessly in every direction. The waves sparkled in the sunlight, but beneath the surface, shadows danced, fleeting and mysterious. He wondered if the sea held its own memories, if every ripple and wave was a reflection of the past. The captain joined him, their gaze fixed on the horizon. "The sea is not just water," they said, their voice low and steady. "It is a living tapestry, woven with the threads of time and memory. Every ripple carries a story, and every wave a secret. To find the keys is to honor those stories, to bring them back into the light." The traveler turned to the captain, his eyes filled with questions. "Why me? Why was I chosen for this journey?" The captain's expression softened, and for a moment, they seemed lost in thought. "The sea chooses those who are ready, even if they do not yet know it. You carry something within you, traveler, something the sea recognizes. It is not for me to say what that is, but in time, you will understand." The traveler nodded, their words sinking deep into his heart. He could feel the truth in them, even if he couldn't yet grasp its full meaning. The journey ahead was uncertain, but he felt a growing connection to the ship, the sea, and the stars above. As evening approached, the horizon began to change. A faint mist appeared in the distance, rising like a ghostly veil over the water. The traveler felt a shiver of anticipation as the ship drew closer. The mist thickened, enveloping the silent ship in a cool, otherworldly embrace. The sea grew quiet, the waves soft and gentle, as if holding their breath. The traveler peered into the mist, his heart pounding with a mix of fear and wonder. He could just make out the faint outline of the island from his vision, its shores glowing with that strange blue light. "The island of mist," the captain said softly, their voice carrying an air of reverence. "We have arrived." The ship slowed, its hum fading to a whisper as it approached the shore. The traveler gripped the railing, his eyes fixed on the glowing sands. He could feel the pull of the island, its stories calling out to him like a distant song. The silent ship drifted gently toward the island, its hull barely disturbing the water's surface. The mist thickened, wrapping the world in a soft shroud of silver gray. The traveler stood at the bow, his breath visible in the cool air, his heart steady but expectant. The captain joined him, their coat brushing lightly against his arm as they leaned against the railing. "The island is older than memory," they murmured. "Its stories are woven into the sea itself. But tread lightly, traveler. The island holds no love for those who seek to take without listening." The traveler nodded, their words a reminder of the delicate balance he needed to maintain. As the ship eased closer to the glowing shore, the traveler noticed the sands shimmering with faint blue light, as if tiny stars had fallen and made their home here. The glow pulsed in a rhythm that matched the hum of the ship, a quiet harmony between land and vessel. When the ship finally came to a stop, its hum faded into silence, leaving only the sound of gentle waves lapping at the hull. The traveler stepped onto the gangplank, the cool mist swirling around his boots as he set foot on the island. The sands felt strange beneath him, soft, almost fluid, yet solid enough to hold his weight. The captain remained on the deck, their eyes scanning the horizon. "The island will guide you," they said, their voice carrying a note of reassurance. "Follow its glow, and it will show you the way. But remember, traveler, listen. The key will not reveal itself to closed ears." The traveler took a deep breath and ventured forward, the sands whispering faintly with each step. The glow beneath his feet seemed to respond to his movements, illuminating a winding path that led toward the heart of the island. The mist hung thick, muffling the world and creating a sense of otherworldly isolation. As he walked, shapes began to emerge from the haze, trees with twisting, luminescent branches, their leaves glowing faintly in the dim light. The air was cool and heavy, carrying a faint melody, soft and haunting. The traveler paused, closing his eyes to better hear the sound. It was not a song in the traditional sense, but a series of harmonies, rising and falling like the ebb and flow of the tide. The path led him to a clearing where a small pool of water shimmered like liquid starlight. At its center, a stone pedestal rose, its surface etched with swirling patterns that seemed to shift when he looked at them. Above the pedestal floated a faint, translucent shape, an echo of something ancient, shimmering like a mirage. The traveler stepped closer, his breath catching as the shape solidified into the form of a key. It was delicate, its edges fluid and ever-changing, as though it were made of the mist itself. The melody in the air grew louder, its notes weaving around him like a gentle embrace. He hesitated, remembering the captain's warning. Instead of reaching for the key, he knelt beside the pedestal and placed his hand on the glowing sands. Closing his eyes, he listened, not just with his ears but with every fiber of his being. The melody shifted, becoming clearer, more distinct. Images filled his mind, glimpses of a world before time, where the sea and sky were one, and the island stood as a bridge between them. He felt the weight of the island's memories, its stories of unity and loss. Of harmony disrupted and slowly restored. The traveler opened his eyes, his heart full of understanding. Slowly, he reached out, his fingers brushing the edge of the key. It felt cool and weightless, like holding a piece of the mist itself. As his hand closed around it, the melody swelled, filling the clearing with light and sound. The key pulsed in his grasp, its energy flowing into him like a river. He felt a deep connection to the island, to the sea, to everything that had come before and all that was yet to be. The mist around him began to shift, revealing glimpses of the ocean beyond, the silent ship waiting patiently at the shore. The traveler turned back the way he had come, the glowing sands guiding him once more. As he stepped onto the deck, the captain's eyes met his, a flicker of approval passing between them. "You listened," the captain said, their voice quiet but firm. "The island has shared its story with you, and you carry it now. The second key is yours, but its weight is not one of burden, it is a gift." The traveler nodded, holding the key close to his heart. The silent ship hummed softly, its energy resonating with the key in perfect harmony. The journey continued, the stars above and the sea below whispering their secrets as the ship sailed into the unknown. The silent ship glided away from the misty shores of the island, its hum growing steadier with each passing moment. The second key rested safely in the traveler's satchel, its ethereal glow faint but warm. The traveler stood at the railing, watching the island fade into the distance. A sense of quiet fulfillment settled over him, though questions still lingered in his mind. The captain joined him, their hands clasped behind their back. "You carry more than just the key now," they said, their voice low and contemplative. "The island's stories are with you. They will guide you when the time comes." The traveler nodded, glancing at the captain. "The stories. They felt alive, like they were a part of me as much as the island." "Is that what the keys are? Pieces of the past, waiting to be remembered?" The captain's lips curved into a faint smile. "The keys are many things, fragments of history, echoes of lost knowledge, and bridges to what lies ahead. Each one you find will reshape the way you see the world. But remember, traveler, the keys are not merely treasures to be claimed. They are truths to be understood." As the ship sailed onward, the mist dissipated, revealing a vast expanse of open sea. The horizon stretched endlessly, the water glittering under the sunlight. Yet, something about the air felt different, a subtle shift, as though the sea itself had grown more alive, more watchful. The traveler wandered the deck, his thoughts tangled with the experiences of the island. He felt the weight of the second key, not as a burden but as a quiet presence, its energy pulsing in rhythm with the ship's hum. Later, as the sky darkened and stars began to appear, the captain called for him. They stood by the ship's wheel, their expression serious but calm. "Traveler, the next leg of our journey will not be as quiet as the last. The sea ahead is restless, and its currents will test your resolve." The traveler furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Is something waiting for us?" The captain's gaze shifted to the horizon, where faint flashes of light danced like distant storms. "The sea is not just a place, it is a presence. It remembers, it reacts, and sometimes it challenges. The path to the next key will take us through waters that hold both danger and discovery. Prepare yourself." The traveler felt a shiver run through him, but he met the captain's gaze with determination. "I'm ready," he said, though the uncertainty in his voice betrayed him. The captain placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the will to move forward despite it. You have shown that already, traveler. Trust in yourself and in the ship. The sea will guide us, as it always has." That night, the traveler found sleep elusive. He lay in his small cabin, listening to the steady hum of the silent ship. The memories of the island played through his mind, the glowing sands, the melody in the air, and the way the key had seemed to merge with his very being. He felt a deep connection to the journey, but also a growing awareness of its magnitude. When he finally drifted into sleep, his dreams were vivid and strange. He stood on a sea of stars, each ripple shimmering with light. Voices whispered around him, fragmented and fleeting, like echoes from another time. He saw the keys, glowing like beacons, scattered across a vast expanse. And then, a shadow, a shape he couldn't quite discern, watching him from the edge of the dream. The traveler awoke with a start, his heart racing. He sat up, the faint glow of the second key casting soft light in the cabin. He didn't know what the shadow meant, but he felt its significance, like a thread woven into the fabric of his journey. Above deck, the sea had grown restless. Waves lapped at the hull with increasing force, and the wind carried a low, mournful sound. The stars above were brighter than ever, their light reflected in the turbulent water. The captain stood at the helm, their silhouette steady against the chaos. The traveler joined them, gripping the railing for support. "What's happening?" he asked, his voice raised to be heard over the wind. "The sea is stirring," the captain replied, their gaze fixed on the horizon. "It knows where we are headed, and it seeks to test us. Stay close, traveler. The next key lies ahead, but the path will not be easy." The traveler nodded, his resolve firm despite the unease twisting in his chest. The silent ship surged forward, its hum growing louder, resonating with the energy of the storm. The sea and sky seemed to blur together, a symphony of light and shadow, sound and silence. As the ship pressed onward, the traveler felt a strange mix of fear and wonder. The journey was far from over, but he knew one thing for certain: the sea had more stories to tell, and he was ready to listen. The silent ship sliced through the restless waves, its hum steady and unwavering despite the storm brewing around it. Lightning forked across the sky, briefly illuminating the roiling sea. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and the electric charge of the storm, yet the traveler felt a strange sense of calm. The captain, steady at the helm, kept their eyes fixed ahead. "The storm is part of the path," they said, their voice cutting through the rising wind. To reach the next key, we must let the sea guide us through it. The traveler gripped the railing, watching as the waves rose higher, their crests glowing faintly with a blue light that seemed almost alive. The sea wasn't just reacting to the storm, it was shaping it, guiding it, as if testing the ship's resolve. Why does the sea test us? The traveler asked, his voice tinged with both curiosity and unease. The captain glanced at him, their expression unreadable. Because the keys are not meant for the unready. Each step of this journey requires you to prove your worth, not just in strength, but in understanding. The sea knows what lies ahead, even if we do not. The traveler nodded, though the answer left him with more questions. He turned his gaze forward, where the storm's heart loomed, a swirling vortex of dark clouds and lightning, its center glowing with an otherworldly light. As the ship drew closer, the traveler felt the pull of the vortex, an invisible force that tugged at his very core. The hum of the silent ship grew louder, resonating with the storm in a strange, almost harmonious way. The traveler closed his eyes, trying to attune himself to the rhythm, to feel the pulse of the sea and sky. Suddenly, the ship lurched, and the traveler was thrown to the deck. He scrambled to his feet, the wind whipping around him, carrying faint whispers that he couldn't quite understand. The captain's voice rang out, steady and commanding, "Traveler, the storm is calling to you. It seeks your courage, your clarity. You must face it, not with force, but with understanding." The traveler hesitated, unsure of what the captain meant. But then he remembered the island and the way he had listened to its melody, letting it guide him to the key. Taking a deep breath, he stepped toward the bow of the ship. Where the storm's energy felt strongest, the whispers grew louder, forming fragments of words, phrases, questions. They spoke of fear, of doubt, of longing. The traveler realized they were not just the voices of the storm, they were his own thoughts, reflected back at him. Closing his eyes, he let the storm's energy wash over him, not resisting its pull but accepting it. He acknowledged the doubts and fears, the questions that had lingered in his mind since the journey began. And as he did, the whispers softened, replaced by a single, clear melody, a song of resilience and hope. When the traveler opened his eyes, the storm's heart was before him, a glowing sphere of light suspended in the swirling clouds. He reached out, his hand trembling slightly, and the sphere responded, its light pulsing in time with the ship's hum. As his fingers brushed the sphere, the storm stilled. The clouds parted, the waves calmed, and the sky was filled with stars once more. The sphere dissolved into a third key, its shape fluid and ever-changing, like the sea itself. The traveler held it close, feeling its energy merge with his own. The captain approached, their gaze warm but serious. "You listened," they said, their voice soft. The storm was not just a challenge, it was a mirror, reflecting what you needed to face within yourself. "You've earned this key, but remember, the journey is far from over." The traveler nodded, a sense of quiet understanding settling over him. As the silent ship sailed away from the now quiet storm, the stars above seemed brighter, their light guiding the way forward. The traveler stood at the bow, the three keys safely in his possession, their energy intertwining with the ship's hum. He didn't know what lay ahead, but he felt ready to face it, whatever it might be. The sea, the stars, and the silent ship would guide him, as they always had, the silent ship sailed into the tranquil waters, leaving the storm far behind. The sea stretched endlessly, its surface a mirror reflecting the star-filled sky above. The traveler leaned against the railing, the 3 keys in his satchel pulsing faintly. Their combined energy felt like a steady heartbeat, syncing with the ship's hum and the gentle rhythm of the waves. The captain approached, their boots barely making a sound on the wooden deck. "You've done well, traveler," they said, their voice calm yet purposeful. "But the journey ahead will ask more of you. Each key you gather deepens your connection to this voyage. The more you hold, the more you will feel the weight of what they protect." The traveler turned to face them. "What exactly are the keys protecting?" The captain gazed out at the horizon, their expression thoughtful. "The keys hold pieces of a greater truth, one that was scattered long ago. Together, they form a map, not of places, but of understanding. Each key reveals a part of what was lost and points the way to what could be restored." The traveler considered this, the weight of the keys in his satchel suddenly feeling heavier. "If that's true, then what happens when I find them all? Will the journey end?" The captain's lips curved into a faint smile. "The end of one journey is often the beginning of another. But for now, focus on the present. The next key lies ahead, hidden in a place that many fear to tread." The traveler's curiosity sparked, but before he could ask more, the ship's hum deepened, resonating with the water. The captain's gaze shifted to the horizon, where the faint outline of land emerged, a jagged silhouette against the night sky. "What is that place?" the traveler asked, squinting to make out details. "The Isle of Shadows," the captain replied. Their voice carried a hint of gravity. "A place where memories linger and shadows move like whispers. Few dare to tread there, but the next key is waiting, and so are the truths you must face." As the ship drew closer, the traveler felt an unease settle over him. The air grew colder, and the stars above seemed dimmer, as though the isle absorbed their light. The shore came into view, a rocky expanse shrouded in mist. Shadows danced among the jagged rocks, their movements unnatural, as though alive with purpose. The silent ship slowed, its hum softening. The traveler looked at the captain, who gave him a solemn nod. "The isle is a reflection of what you carry within. Be mindful of your thoughts and intentions. Shadows are shaped by light, but they can also obscure it. Keep your resolve." Taking a deep breath, the traveler stepped off the ship and onto the rocky shore. The ground beneath him felt solid yet oddly insubstantial, as though it could shift at any moment. The shadows around him seemed to shift too, forming vague shapes that disappeared when he tried to focus on them. The mist thickened as he ventured further inland, muffling sound and blurring the landscape. Despite the eerie quiet, the traveler felt a pull, an invisible thread guiding him toward the heart of the isle. He followed it, his steps cautious but steady. As he walked, the shadows began to coalesce, forming scenes from his memories. He saw fragments of his past, moments of joy, sorrow, and doubt, playing out like echoes in the mist. He paused, watching a younger version of himself struggle with a choice he'd long since buried in his mind. The realization hit him. The shadows were not just reflections of the isle, they were reflections of him. The traveler closed his eyes, steadying his breath. "These are just memories," he murmured to himself. They are a part of me, but they do not define me. The shadows around him wavered, as though reacting to his words. The mist began to thin, revealing a path that led deeper into the aisle. At the end of the path stood an archway carved from black stone, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shift when he looked at them. Beyond the archway, a faint glow pulsed, soft and steady, like the heartbeat of the keys in his satchel. The traveler stepped forward, his resolve firm. He didn't know what awaited him on the other side, but he was ready to face it, shadows and all. As he passed through the archway, the air changed. The shadows fell away, replaced by a quiet stillness. In the center of the clearing stood a pedestal, and atop it rested the fourth key. It was different from the others, its form fluid and ever-changing. Like a shadow shifting in the light, the traveler reached out, his hand steady. As his fingers brushed the key, a wave of warmth washed over him, dispelling the lingering chill of the aisle. The key dissolved into light, merging with the others in his satchel. When he turned back, the archway was gone, and the path led directly to the shore, where the silent ship waited. The traveler walked toward it, the weight of the fourth key both grounding and enlightening him. The captain greeted him with a nod. You faced the shadows and emerged stronger. The next leg of the journey awaits, but for now, rest. You've earned it. As the silent ship sailed away from the Isle of Shadows, the traveler stood at the bow, watching the dark land fade into the distance. The stars above seemed brighter once more, their light reflecting in the calm waters. The journey continued, but the traveler felt a deeper sense of purpose guiding him forward. The silent ship glided smoothly over the tranquil waters, its ethereal hum blending with the gentle lapping of waves. The traveler stood at the railing, gazing at the horizon where the first hints of dawn softened the night sky. The fourth key, now joined with the others in his satchel, pulsed faintly, as if whispering promises of the next destination. The captain approached, their hands resting lightly on the ship's wheel. You've done well to carry the weight of 4 keys, they said, their voice calm yet laden with meaning. But as the journey unfolds, the burden grows heavier. Are you prepared to continue? The traveler turned, meeting the captain's gaze. This journey chose me as much as I chose it. Whatever lies ahead, I'll face it. The captain's lips curved into a faint smile, spoken like one who understands the tides of fate. Very well. Our next destination lies beyond the Veil of Lumina, a place where time flows like water and moments are as fragile as glass. The traveler frowned slightly. The Veil of Lumina? I've never heard of it. Few have, the captain replied, their voice lowering. It's not a place that exists on any map, but it has always been there. To cross the veil, one must be willing to see what lies beyond the edges of perception. As they spoke, the sky shifted. The faint glow of dawn was replaced by a shimmering haze that seemed to envelop the horizon. The waters ahead gleamed with a silvery light, their surface rippling with patterns that defied understanding. It was as if the ship were sailing into a living dream. The traveler tightened his grip on the railing, his pulse quickening. The air around him grew thick with an energy that felt both inviting and unsettling. What will I find there? He asked, his voice steady but curious. The captain's expression grew distant, as though they were peering into the fabric of the veil itself. What you find will depend on what you seek. The veil reveals truths hidden deep within, but it also tests your resolve. Many enter and lose themselves in its illusions. The traveler nodded, his resolve firm. Then I'll hold on to the truth I've found so far. As the ship neared the shimmering veil, its hum deepened, resonating with the strange energy around them. The traveler felt a pull, like an unseen force urging him forward. The silvery haze enveloped the ship, and the world shifted. The traveler blinked, his surroundings transforming into a surreal landscape. The deck of the silent ship seemed to dissolve into light, and he found himself standing on a vast expanse of liquid silver. The air shimmered with translucent waves, and the horizon stretched endlessly, blending into a kaleidoscope of colors. From the silvery surface, figures began to emerge, ghostly forms that seemed to flicker between past and present. The traveler watched, his breath catching as he recognized faces and moments from his own life. A younger version of himself appeared, his eyes filled with the wonder of discovery. Beside him, a friend long lost to time laughed, their voice a melody he had almost forgotten. The traveler reached out, but the figures dissolved like mist, replaced by others. Scenes of triumph and regret played out before him, each one vivid and unyielding. He saw the choices he had made and the paths he had forsaken. The weight of those moments pressed on him, but he stood firm. This is the veil's test, he murmured to himself. It shows what was, to challenge what will be. A voice echoed around him, soft yet resonant. Do you see now, traveler? The journey is not just forward but inward. The keys are not merely tools but reflections of what you must become. The traveler turned, searching for the source of the voice, but there was no one there. Instead, the silvery surface beneath him began to ripple, forming a spiral that drew his gaze. At its center, a radiant light emerged, a beacon of clarity amidst the haze. Drawn to the light, the traveler stepped forward. Each step felt weightless, as though he were walking on the fabric of time itself. The light grew brighter, its warmth enveloping him. When he reached the center of the spiral, the light coalesced into a shape, a key, unlike the others he had found. This one shimmered with a brilliance that seemed to pulse with life, its edges shifting like liquid gold. As the traveler touched the key, a surge of energy coursed through him. The haze around him dissolved, replaced by the familiar deck of the silent ship. The veil was behind them now, its shimmering edge fading into the horizon. The captain stood at the helm, watching him with an approving nod. You've crossed the veil of lumina and emerged with the fifth key. Few have the strength to face what lies within. The traveler placed the key into his satchel, its glow blending with the others. It wasn't just strength, he replied quietly. It was understanding. The captain smiled, their gaze steady. Hold on to that understanding. It will guide you through what lies ahead. As the silent ship sailed onward, the traveler stood at the bow, the weight of 5 keys grounding him while the promise of the journey propelled him forward. The horizon stretched endlessly, and with it, the possibilities of what was yet to come. The silent ship sailed into a realm where the sky and sea seemed to merge, creating an endless expanse of shimmering silver. The traveler stood at the bow, the 5 keys in his satchel resonating softly, their combined hum a reminder of the journey's depth. Each key held its own story, its own lesson, and now, they formed a melody that felt like the echo of an ancient truth. The captain approached, their boots silent against the deck. They held a sextant, but the instrument seemed to measure not stars, but shifting currents of light in the air. "We are nearing the constellarium," they said, their voice carrying a note of reverence. "A place where the stars whisper secrets and guide those who dare to listen." The traveler looked at the captain, intrigued. "The constellarium? Is it another test?" "Perhaps," the captain replied, their gaze steady. "But not in the way you might expect. The stars there do not demand, they reveal. It is up to you to decipher their message." As they spoke, the horizon shimmered, and a faint glow began to illuminate the distance. The traveler squinted, his heart quickening. The glow grew brighter, forming a vast dome of light that appeared to rise from the sea itself. The constellarium was unlike anything he had imagined. It was not a building or a landmass, but a celestial sphere suspended above the waters, its surface alive with shifting constellations. The silent ship slowed as it approached, its hum blending with the ethereal sound emanating from the dome. A low, melodic tone reverberated through the air, resonating with the keys in the traveler's satchel. He felt a pull, as though the dome were calling him. "You must enter alone," the captain said, their tone soft but firm. "The stars will only speak to those who seek." The traveler nodded, his resolve firm. He stepped off the ship's deck and onto a pathway of light that seemed to materialize beneath his feet. Each step carried him closer to the dome, the air around him growing warmer and thicker with a kind of celestial energy. When he reached the edge of the constellarium, the dome pulsed, opening a doorway of pure starlight. The traveler hesitated for only a moment before stepping inside. The interior was breathtaking. The walls of the dome shimmered with constellations that shifted and danced, each star glowing with a life of its own. The floor beneath him was a mirror of the sky, reflecting the constellations above. It felt as though he were floating in the heart of the cosmos. A voice echoed through the space, soft and melodic. "Traveler, you have gathered 5 keys, each a fragment of the greater whole. You stand at the cusp of revelation. Are you ready to listen?" The traveler looked around, his voice steady. "I am." The constellations above began to rearrange, forming patterns that seemed familiar and yet unknowable. Images flickered, places he had visited, people he had met, moments of joy and sorrow. Each scene was tied to a star, its light pulsing with emotion. "The stars reflect your journey," the voice continued. "They reveal not only where you have been but where you might go. What do you see?" The traveler focused, his mind attuned to the shifting constellations. He saw the silent ship, its sails glowing with light, carrying him across endless seas. He saw the veil of lumina and the figures that had emerged from its haze. He saw the keys, each one a beacon of discovery. But there was something else, a shadow at the edge of his vision. Flickering and elusive, "What is that?" he asked, pointing toward the shadow. The voice grew softer, almost a whisper. "That is the unknown, the part of your journey that remains unwritten. It is both a challenge and an opportunity. Do not fear it, but do not underestimate it." The traveler nodded, his gaze steady. I've come this far. I won't turn back now. The constellations shifted again, forming a single image, a sixth key, glowing brighter than the others. It hovered at the center of the dome, its light filling the space with warmth. This is your next step, the voice said. The key of illumination, hidden within the constellarium's heart. To claim it, you must speak the truth that resonates within you. The traveler closed his eyes, the weight of the journey pressing on him. He thought of the lessons he had learned, the trials he had faced, and the truths he had uncovered. When he spoke, his voice was clear and unwavering. The journey is not just about the destination, he said. It's about understanding the connections that bind us, to the past, to the present, and to the future. It's about discovering who we are and who we strive to become. The dome pulsed, the constellations glowing brighter. The sixth key descended, its light enveloping the traveler. When he reached out and took it, a surge of energy flowed through him, filling him with a profound sense of clarity. The dome began to fade. The stars dissolving into the air. The traveler found himself back on the pathway of light, the silent ship waiting for him. The captain stood at the railing, their expression calm but approving. "You've done well," they said as the traveler stepped back onto the deck. The sixth key is a rare gift. It will guide you through what lies ahead. The traveler placed the key into his satchel, its glow joining the others. The horizon stretched before them, endless and full of promise. As the silent ship sailed onward, the traveler felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready for whatever the journey would bring next. The silent ship sailed onward, carrying the traveler and his six keys into a realm where the horizon seemed to ripple like silk in the wind. The stars above burned with a steady brilliance, their light casting shimmering patterns on the sea. The traveler stood at the bow, the satchel at his side now heavier, not with weight but with the significance of what it contained. The captain approached, their expression contemplative. "The sixth key," they said, their voice quieter than usual. "It's a powerful thing, but power without wisdom can be as dangerous as it is enlightening." The traveler nodded, understanding the gravity of their words. "The journey has taught me much," he replied. "But there's still so much I don't know." "That's as it should be," the captain said. "Knowledge is a tide, it ebbs and flows. Your task is not to master it but to ride its currents with an open heart." As they spoke, the horizon shifted again. This time, a structure appeared, a spire of light rising from the sea, its base concealed in mist. The silent ship adjusted its course, its sails billowing with an unseen wind as it headed toward the luminous tower, the spire of reflections, the captain said, their tone reverent. "It's said to hold a mirror to the soul, showing travelers what lies beneath the surface." The traveler's chest tightened. He had faced trials, illusions, and truths, but the thought of confronting himself in such a direct way felt different, more intimate, more vulnerable. "Is it another test?" he asked. "Not a test," the captain replied. "A reckoning." The silent ship came to a gentle stop at the base of the spire. A small bridge of light extended from the ship to the structure, inviting the traveler forward. He took a deep breath, gripping the satchel for reassurance, and stepped onto the bridge. The spire was taller than it had seemed from a distance, its surface smooth and reflective, as though carved from starlight itself. As he approached its entrance, the door opened soundlessly, revealing a chamber bathed in soft, silver light. Inside, the air was cool and still. The walls shimmered with faint images that flickered like memories, scenes of his journey, moments of triumph and doubt. At the center of the chamber stood a mirror. Its surface calm and clear, the traveler stepped closer, his reflection sharpening as he approached. At first, it was just him, his face, his eyes, his expression marked by the trials he had endured. But then the mirror began to change. His reflection shifted, showing not just his form but his essence. He saw himself as a child, curious and unafraid, chasing fireflies in a twilight meadow. He saw moments of uncertainty, times when fear had held him back. He saw the faces of those who had guided him, their voices echoing in his mind. And then he saw something unexpected, a shadowy figure, its outline indistinct, standing at the edges of the mirror. "Who are you?" the traveler asked. His voice steadied despite the unease creeping into his chest. The figure did not speak, but its presence was heavy, almost suffocating. The traveler stepped closer, the air around him growing colder. He could feel the weight of its gaze, as though it were peeling back layers of his being. The mirror rippled, the shadowy figure shifting. Then, a voice, soft but clear, echoed through the chamber. "I am the doubt you carry, the fear you bury, the truth you avoid. I am the parts of you left unspoken." The traveler's breath caught. He wanted to look away, but he forced himself to meet the figure's gaze. "Why are you here?" he asked. "To remind you," the figure replied, "that you cannot move forward without acknowledging what holds you back. To see the light, you must face the shadow." The traveler stood silent, the weight of the words settling over him. He thought of the times he had hesitated, the moments when fear had whispered louder than courage. He thought of the doubts that had followed him, even as he pressed on. "I see you," he said finally, his voice firm. "I won't pretend you're not there. But you don't define me." The shadowy figure tilted its head, as if considering his words. Then, slowly, it began to dissolve, its form fading into the mirror's surface. The chamber grew warmer, the silver light brightening as the tension lifted. The mirror's surface shifted again, and this time, it showed the traveler standing tall. The 6 keys glowing faintly at his side. The image filled him with a sense of calm, of balance. As he turned to leave, the voice spoke once more, softer now. "Remember, traveler, to carry the light, you must make peace with the dark." When he stepped back onto the silent ship, the captain was waiting, their expression unreadable. "You've been to the heart of the spire," they said. "And you've returned whole. That's no small feat," the traveler nodded, his mind still turning over the experience. "I feel lighter," he admitted. "Like I've shed something I didn't know I was carrying." The captain smiled faintly. "Then you've taken another step toward what lies ahead." As the silent ship sailed away from the spire of reflections, the traveler felt a renewed sense of clarity. The sea stretched out before them, vast and shimmering, and for the first time, he felt truly ready for whatever awaited him on the horizon. The silent ship drifted smoothly across the boundless sea, the gentle hum of its sails the only sound that accompanied the traveler's thoughts. The weight of the keys in his satchel had settled into a comfortable rhythm, their presence no longer an overwhelming force but a steady guide. The experiences of the Spire of Reflections still lingered in his mind, and as the ship sailed into a new, unfamiliar realm, the traveler felt the stirrings of anticipation. The horizon had taken on a strange hue. An ethereal blend of pale blues and purples that seemed to pulse with an energy of their own. The sky above was no longer just a backdrop, it felt alive, watching, waiting. The traveler stood at the bow, his gaze fixed on the distant line where the sea met the sky. "What lies ahead, Captain?" he asked, his voice calm but curious. The captain, who had been silent for some time, finally spoke. "Ahead lies the dreaming gulf," they said, their voice low. "It is a place where time is fluid, where the boundaries between waking and sleeping blur. Many who enter find themselves lost in dreams, unable to distinguish between what is real and what is imagined." The traveler frowned, uncertainty creeping into his heart. "And what happens to those who get lost?" "They become part of the dream itself," the captain replied. "There is no escape until they learn to awaken within it, to understand the nature of their own dreams. Some find it, others don't." The traveler took in the captain's words, feeling a chill settle in the air as the ship continued its journey. The water beneath them began to change, rippling with iridescent patterns that shimmered like stars. The further they sailed, the more the world around them seemed to shift. Sound became distant, the colors more vivid, the horizon ever more elusive. The edges of reality seemed to soften, as though they were slipping into another dimension. Suddenly, the ship jolted, as though it had passed through an invisible barrier. The traveler felt a strange dizziness wash over him, the sensation of weightlessness creeping into his limbs. He looked around, but the familiar structure of the silent ship was now a blur, its lines and edges warping like the distortion of a dream. "Captain?" he called, but his voice seemed muted, as if swallowed by the thick air. The captain, too, had disappeared, leaving only the vast expanse of the shimmering sea and the shifting sky. Then, without warning, the traveler felt himself falling, not physically, but mentally. His thoughts became muddled, tangled in a web of images and sensations. He saw fleeting glimpses of places he had been, silent forests, distant mountains, and shimmering cities, but they were all interwoven with strange, unfamiliar scenes. A dark figure stood in a misty landscape, reaching toward him, while a voice whispered from the depths of a shadowed cave. Confusion gripped him as his mind swirled. "What is this?" he thought, desperate for clarity. The dream was pulling him deeper, threatening to consume him. He tried to steady himself, but the sense of falling grew stronger, faster, as if he were being swept away by an unstoppable current. Then, a sudden realization struck him like a spark of light. This was a test, the traveler focused, forcing himself to slow the rush of images and sensations. He closed his eyes, grounding himself in the stillness that remained beneath the chaos. He breathed deeply, remembering the lessons of the journey, of facing shadows, embracing uncertainty, and understanding the true nature of the path he walked. With each breath, the images began to lose their grip. The visions that had once overwhelmed him faded, becoming distant echoes. Slowly, the distortion of the world around him began to settle. The dizziness ebbed, and his mind cleared. He opened his eyes and found himself standing once more on the deck of the silent ship, the sea was calm again, the sky above steady and clear. The air felt crisp and fresh, the familiar hum of the ship's sails returning to his senses. He looked around, and this time, the captain was standing at the helm, their steady gaze fixed on the horizon. "You've awakened," the captain said, their tone calm but knowing. "You've passed through the dreaming gulf. Few can find their way out, but you did." The traveler let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "That was unlike anything I've ever experienced," he said, his voice shaky but relieved. The captain smiled faintly. "The dreaming gulf tests the mind, not the body. It shows you what you fear, what you desire, and what you refuse to acknowledge. Only by seeing through the illusion can you move forward." The traveler nodded slowly, feeling the weight of the captain's words. "And now? What comes next?" The captain's gaze turned toward the horizon, where the sea stretched endlessly ahead. "Now, we sail toward the place where the final key lies. The last piece of your journey awaits." The traveler's heart quickened. He knew that this journey, which had already taken him across so many realms, was nearing its end. But even as he felt the stirrings of anticipation, there was a sense of peace in his heart. The keys were more than just physical objects, they were symbols of growth, of understanding, and of the lessons he had learned along the way. He stood beside the captain, looking out at the vast ocean ahead. The silent ship sailed ever forward, the final key waiting just beyond the horizon. The horizon ahead shimmered in the early morning light, the sea now a deep, serene blue, its surface reflecting the sky like glass. The traveler stood at the bow of the silent ship, feeling the weight of the journey settle within him. The captain stood nearby, their hands steady on the wheel, guiding the ship toward a destination unknown, yet familiar in a way he couldn't quite explain. "The final key," the traveler murmured, his voice a mixture of wonder and anticipation. "It's closer than ever, isn't it?" The captain nodded without turning, their gaze fixed on the distant line of the sea and sky. "Yes. The final key lies ahead. But this will be unlike the others. It is not simply a matter of finding it, but of understanding what it represents." The traveler's pulse quickened. He had faced many trials, each one pushing him further into the depths of his own heart, each key unlocking another layer of understanding. But this last one felt different, more elusive, more intangible. "What does it represent?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. The captain's voice was soft, almost contemplative. "The last key is not something you can hold in your hands, nor something that can be seen with your eyes. It is the key to your true self. The key that will unlock the final door of your soul. And that door, once opened, will reveal a truth that you may not be ready to see." The traveler looked at the captain, trying to discern the meaning behind their words. "A truth that I may not be ready to see?" The captain nodded. "All journeys are paths of discovery, but there comes a moment when the self we've built, the self we've thought ourselves to be, must be confronted. It is the most difficult part of any journey, facing the reality of who we truly are." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. The traveler had thought he had already come to know himself, that each lesson and each key had brought him closer to the person he was meant to be. But now, with the final key approaching, doubt crept in. What if the truth was something he couldn't bear to see? What if, after all this time? He wasn't prepared. As the ship sailed forward, the water beneath them began to change. It shifted from its tranquil blue to a silvery, ethereal hue, reflecting the light in a way that seemed almost otherworldly. The air grew still, the usual gentle hum of the ship's sails softening as if the entire world was holding its breath. In the distance, a shape began to emerge, an island, but unlike any the traveler had seen before. It was bathed in a soft, glowing light, its cliffs rising like towers of crystal, their sharp edges glinting like polished gems. The island seemed to pulse with an energy that resonated in the very air around it. "That is the Isle of Mirrors," the captain said, their voice quiet but resolute. "It is here that the final key lies, but it is also here that you must face yourself in its truest form." The traveler felt a shiver run down his spine. He had heard whispers of the Isle of Mirrors, an ancient place said to reflect not just the outward form of those who arrived, but the deepest, most hidden parts of their souls. It was a place of reckoning, where the self was laid bare and nothing could be hidden. The silent ship drew closer to the island, the glow of its cliffs growing stronger. The traveler could feel the pull of the island, a magnetic force that seemed to draw him toward it, as though the island itself were calling him. When the ship reached the shore, the traveler stepped onto the land, his heart racing. The air was thick with a soft mist that clung to the ground, the faint scent of jasmine and myrrh drifting on the breeze. The island was eerily quiet, save for the distant sound of water lapping against the rocks. As he walked further inland, the mist began to clear, revealing a path that wound upward, toward the highest peak. At the top of the peak stood a massive mirror, its surface reflecting not just the traveler, but the entire landscape around him. It was as though the mirror had the power to capture the essence of everything in its reflection, and in it, the traveler saw not only his physical form but his innermost thoughts, fears, and desires. He approached the mirror, the air growing colder as he drew closer. His reflection in the glass seemed to ripple, shifting and changing before his eyes. He saw himself, as he was now, tired but resolute, filled with questions and uncertainty. But then, the mirror began to show him things he had not expected, visions of his past, his regrets, the moments he had failed, the times he had turned away from others, and the parts of himself he had buried deep. He saw the shadow of doubt that had always followed him, the fear of inadequacy that had shaped so many of his decisions. And he saw something else, his greatest fear, the thought that perhaps, despite everything, he was not enough. That maybe all this journey had been for naught. He stepped back, his breath catching in his chest. I didn't think I could face this," he whispered, his voice trembling, but then, a quiet voice echoed in his mind, soft and comforting. "You have already faced it, traveler. This mirror does not show who you are. It shows who you believe yourself to be. And that belief is not set in stone. You have the power to change it." The reflection in the mirror began to shift again. This time, it was no longer just images of failure and doubt. Instead, he saw moments of courage, times when he had pushed through fear, moments when he had chosen kindness over bitterness. And when he had stood tall, even when it seemed impossible. He saw the potential within him, the strength he had yet to fully tap into. The traveler took a deep breath and stepped forward, placing a hand on the mirror's surface. The coldness of the glass melted away under his touch, and for the first time, he felt the truth of what the mirror was showing him, a truth not defined by fear or regret, but by possibility. As he stepped away from the mirror, the island seemed to change. The mist began to lift, and the path ahead became clear. He had faced the reflection of his soul, and in doing so, he had unlocked the final key. With a newfound sense of peace, the traveler turned back to the silent ship. The captain waiting patiently at the helm. "You found it," the captain said, their voice filled with quiet approval. "The final key is not something you could ever hold in your hand. It is the key to your own heart, the key to unlocking your true self." The traveler nodded, the weight of the journey finally settling into a sense of calm understanding. He had faced the darkness, the doubts, and the fears within himself, and emerged not just stronger, but whole. As the silent ship sailed away from the Isle of Mirrors, the traveler knew that the journey was far from over. But for the first time, he felt ready to face whatever came next. The moon hung high above, casting its soft, silver glow over the silent ship as it sailed onward, its sails billowing gently in the wind. The sea around them was calm, almost unnaturally so, with not a ripple to disturb its surface. The ship seemed to glide through the waters effortlessly, the only sound the quiet creaking of wood and the soft hiss of the breeze. The traveler stood at the bow, his hand resting on the cool railing, his thoughts a quiet swirl of reflection. The final key had been unlocked, yet something within him still stirred. The journey, though nearing its end, felt unfinished, as though there was one last lesson to learn before he could truly move forward. The captain, ever observant, stood beside him, their gaze fixed on the horizon. The stars above seemed brighter than usual, as if the universe itself was watching over them, guiding their path. They were nearing a place that the traveler had only heard whispered about, an island that lay beyond the map, a place that existed between worlds, where time itself seemed to bend and twist. "You've changed," the captain said, their voice soft but steady. "I can see it in the way you stand, the way you breathe. The journey has done its work, but there's still one more step." The traveler nodded slowly, feeling the weight of their words. "What is it? What's left?" The captain's eyes were distant, their mind perhaps already on the place they were heading. "It's not something you can see or touch. It's a choice, traveler. The final step is about accepting who you have become and deciding who you want to be. It's the hardest part of all, for it requires you to let go of everything you thought you knew about yourself." The traveler gazed out at the endless sea, the stars reflected in its depths. "I thought I had already done that. I've faced the mirror, the darkest parts of myself." "You have," the captain agreed. "But this is different. This is about the future, about what you will do with the self you've discovered. It's about accepting that the person you are now is enough, that you don't need to keep searching for something more." The words felt heavy, but also comforting. The traveler had spent so long searching, striving to become something, someone, different. And now, for the first time, he felt a sense of peace settle within him. Perhaps he had been enough all along, and all he had needed to do was accept it. Ahead, a faint light appeared on the horizon, gradually growing brighter as the ship sailed closer. The island was near, though it seemed almost to shimmer in and out of existence, as if it were not quite real. Its shape was ever changing, its features blurred by the strange quality of the air around it. The traveler's heart quickened, for he knew this was the place he had been seeking, the final destination. As the ship neared the shore, the traveler felt a strange pull in his chest. He stepped forward, his feet firm on the deck as he made his way toward the edge of the ship. The air was thick with energy, the very atmosphere alive with the promise of something significant. The captain did not speak, but the traveler could feel their understanding, their quiet recognition of the importance of this moment. This was the point of no return, the place where everything would either change or remain as it was. The traveler was standing at the threshold of a new chapter in his life, one where he could no longer hide behind the shadows of doubt or fear. The ship glided smoothly into the harbor. The water still and clear as glass. The traveler stepped down onto the shore, his heart racing with anticipation. The island was unlike anything he had ever seen. The trees were twisted and ancient, their trunks gnarled and covered in soft moss that glowed faintly in the dim light. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and something else, something familiar yet distant. A path stretched out before him, winding through the strange forest and disappearing into the mist beyond. The traveler hesitated for only a moment before stepping onto the path, the ground beneath his feet soft and yielding, as if the earth itself was guiding him. As he walked deeper into the forest, the air grew thick with an almost palpable energy. The trees whispered to one another, their branches swaying in a rhythm that seemed to echo the beat of his own heart. It was as though the very island was alive, breathing with him, moving with him. The path twisted and turned, leading him deeper into the heart of the island. And with each step, he felt the weight of the journey lift from his shoulders, replaced by a sense of clarity and calm. He was not who he had been when he first set sail. He was no longer the traveler searching for answers, but the one who had found them, the one who now stood on the precipice of a new beginning. Finally, the path opened up into a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of the moon. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone, weathered by time yet still standing firm. The stone was carved with intricate symbols, each one glowing faintly, as though they held a secret only the worthy could understand. The traveler approached the stone, his heart steady as he reached out to touch its surface. The moment his fingers brushed against the cold stone, a surge of energy shot through him, as though the island itself had recognized him and accepted him. The stone cracked open slowly, revealing a hidden compartment within. Inside, there was a small, silver key, its surface gleaming in the moonlight. The key was not like the others. It was simpler, unadorned, yet it radiated a quiet power, as though it held the key not to a door, but to a deeper understanding. The traveler took the key in his hand, feeling its weight, its significance. He knew, without a doubt, that this was the final piece, the final step in his journey. He had unlocked the truth of who he was, and now, he held the key to his own future. With a deep breath, the traveler turned and made his way back down the path, the silent ship waiting for him at the shore. His journey had brought him here, to this moment, and now, with the key in his hand, he was ready to step into the future, ready to embrace the person he had become. As the ship set sail once more, the traveler looked up at the stars, a quiet peace settling in his heart. The journey was far from over, but he no longer needed to search. He had found what he had been looking for all along, his true self, his place in the world, and the power to shape his own destiny. And with that, the silent ship sailed into the night, carrying the traveler toward the next chapter of his life. With the final key safely in hand, the moon had begun its slow descent, casting its pale light over the endless stretch of water. The silent ship moved steadily through the calm sea, as though guided by an unseen hand. The traveler stood at the edge of the ship, gazing into the distance, his thoughts a peaceful tide that ebbed and flowed with the rhythm of the sea. The island behind them had faded from view, leaving only the dark expanse of water and the quiet of the night. The key that now rested in his pocket was a weight he had yet to fully understand, but somehow, it no longer felt like a burden. Instead, it was a part of him, a symbol of the journey he had taken and the one still to come. The captain appeared beside him, their presence a steady anchor in the quiet night. Without speaking, they both watched the horizon together, sharing the moment in silence. "It's strange," the traveler murmured, his voice barely above the sound of the wind. "I feel like I've reached the end, but at the same time, it feels like the beginning." The captain nodded, their eyes fixed on the stars that stretched above them like a tapestry of light. "That's the nature of journeys like this," they said softly. "There is no true end, only a continual unfolding. You've come far, traveler, but the path ahead remains just as wide, just as full of possibility." The traveler sighed, feeling the weight of their words settle deep within him. "I thought I would find answers. But instead, I've found more questions." "Sometimes," the captain said, their voice calm and sure, "answers are not what we need. It's the questions that push us forward, that help us grow. The journey you've taken has shaped you into someone new, but you must remember that you are not defined by the answers you find. You are defined by the questions you ask." The traveler considered this for a long moment, watching the moon's reflection on the water. It seemed to shimmer and dance, as though it too was alive with a quiet energy. He thought of all the places he had been, all the moments of doubt, and the lessons he had learned. And now, with the key in his possession, he wondered what lay ahead. What was the next chapter? What doors would this key open? As though sensing his thoughts, the captain turned to face him. "The key you carry is more than just a physical object. It's a representation of your growth, your understanding, and your willingness to embrace the unknown. The doors it opens may not be visible at first, but they will reveal themselves when the time is right." The traveler's heart stirred with a quiet excitement. He had known, deep down, that his journey was far from over. But now, with the key in his hand and the lessons of the past guiding him, he felt ready for whatever lay ahead. "There's still so much to discover," he said, more to himself than to the captain. "So many places, so many people. But now, I think I'm ready to face them." The captain smiled, a faint glimmer of approval in their eyes. "And that, traveler, is the greatest step of all. To be ready, to be open to what comes next, without fear or hesitation." As the ship continued its voyage through the night, the traveler felt a sense of peace settle over him. The sea stretched out endlessly before them, and the stars above whispered their quiet secrets to anyone who cared to listen. He had come far, and though he had yet to see the full scope of his journey, he knew that he had found something priceless, an inner peace, a quiet confidence in his ability to navigate whatever the future held. The silent ship moved steadily on, as it had always done, and the traveler stood at its bow, watching the vast ocean stretch out before him. In the distance, Faint lights began to appear on the horizon, like stars reflected on the water. They were still far away, but they called to him, pulling him forward. With the key in his pocket and the lessons of the past in his heart, the traveler felt ready. There was a quiet certainty within him now, a knowing that he had prepared for this moment. Even if he hadn't realized it until now, the journey was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. And as the silent ship sailed into the night, the traveler smiled softly, the weight of the past lifting from his shoulders as he looked ahead, eager for what lay beyond the horizon. The first rays of dawn touched the horizon, casting a soft golden light over the ocean. The silent ship glided through the water, its sails billowing gently in the morning breeze. The traveler stood at the bow, his eyes fixed on the ever-changing expanse of the sea, a quiet calm settling over him. The key in his pocket seemed to pulse with a quiet rhythm, as if it was connected to the very heartbeat of the ship itself. He had learned so much during the course of his journey, about the world, about the people he had met, and most importantly, about himself. But with each lesson, it felt as though there was always more to uncover, more to understand. The captain, ever watchful, stood beside him, gazing out at the vast ocean as well. The air was filled with the scent of salt and the promise of new adventures. There was no destination in sight, just the open sea stretching endlessly before them. "You've been quiet," the captain said, their voice breaking the silence. "Are you thinking about the key?" The traveler nodded slowly, his hand unconsciously brushing against the cool metal of the key in his pocket. "I keep wondering what it unlocks. What am I meant to do with it? It feels like there's something important waiting, but I can't see it clearly." The captain smiled, their gaze fixed on the distance. "The key you carry doesn't just unlock doors. It unlocks potential, your potential. It's a reminder that the journey is never really about finding an answer, but about creating your own path, one step at a time." The traveler furrowed his brow, trying to understand. "So, it's not about a physical door. Not about unlocking something external." "No," the captain replied, shaking their head. "The key unlocks the person you are becoming, the possibilities that lie within you. It is not meant to be used to open something out there, but rather to open the doors within you, your own capacity for growth, for change, and for understanding." The traveler stood still for a moment, letting their words sink in. The realization was slow, but profound. The key wasn't a means to a literal destination, it was a symbol, a guide that could unlock the deepest parts of his soul, encouraging him to grow beyond the limitations he had once believed in. As if sensing his thoughts, the captain spoke again. "The journey is full of twists and turns. There will be moments when you feel lost, when the path seems unclear. But know this, the key is within you. It's not something you have to find, it's something you already possess. And when the time comes, it will reveal itself." The traveler nodded, a sense of peace washing over him. The captain's words were like a balm to his restless spirit, reassuring him that he didn't need to have all the answers right away. The key had already served its purpose, it had led him to this moment of understanding. "Where are we headed now?" The traveler asked, his voice calm, his mind more centered than before. The captain's eyes sparkled with quiet wisdom. "Wherever the wind takes us. There is no set destination. There is no final point. The world is vast, and the journey is always unfolding. All we need to do is be open to the experience, trust the path, and embrace whatever comes next. The traveler smiled, feeling the weight of uncertainty lift from his shoulders. The future, once a vast and intimidating unknown, now felt like an open space full of possibility. He no longer needed to fear what. The sun now hung high above the horizon, bathing the world in golden light. The waves shimmered beneath it, their rhythmic motion steady and soothing, as if the entire ocean was holding its breath in quiet anticipation. The silent ship sailed forward, its sails full and proud, and the traveler stood at the bow, watching the world unfold before him. It had been many days since they had left the island behind, and in that time, the traveler had come to feel a deep connection with the ship and its captain. Their journey had become less about reaching a destination and more about simply being present in the moment, being open to the endless horizons, and being willing to face whatever the sea and life would throw their way. The key, now a familiar weight in his pocket, had ceased to be a mystery. It was no longer just an object of intrigue, it was a reminder of the transformation he had undergone. It was not the physical door it opened that mattered, but the doors within himself that had slowly creaked open, one by one, and yet, as the ship continued its steady course, the traveler couldn't help but wonder about the ultimate purpose of this journey. Was there a final destination waiting? A place to call home? Or was the journey itself the home, the place where he would finally discover what he had been searching for all along? As if reading his thoughts, the captain appeared beside him. Their presence quiet but reassuring. The traveler looked at them, his heart filled with gratitude for their steady guidance. "Have you ever wondered where this all leads?" the traveler asked, his voice thoughtful. "Is there an end to this journey? Or is it just an endless expanse of sea, with no destination in sight?" The captain smiled, their eyes glinting with a wisdom born of experience. "The sea, like life, is not meant to be understood in terms of destinations," they replied softly. "It is vast and uncharted, filled with mysteries that cannot be answered in a single lifetime. But that is the beauty of it. The journey is not about finding an end, it is about embracing the process of becoming." The traveler nodded slowly, letting their words settle in his heart. He had always thought of journeys as having a clear beginning, a middle, and an end. But now, standing on the silent ship, he understood that perhaps the journey itself was the purpose. It was about transformation, about learning, and about trusting that each step would reveal something new. The captain continued, their voice steady like the pulse of the ocean. "Every wave you encounter, every gust of wind, and every moment of stillness is a part of your journey. They shape you, guide you, and change you. The key you carry, it has already opened doors, perhaps not to places, but to the parts of yourself that you never knew existed." The traveler smiled, feeling a deep sense of peace wash over him. "I think I understand now. It's not about finding the key to a door or unlocking a secret place. It's about what I discover within myself as I journey forward." "Exactly," the captain said, their smile warm. "And the journey is far from over. The sea will continue to call, and you will continue to answer. There will be more to learn, more to experience, and more to become. And with each step, you will find that you are always where you need to be." The traveler took a deep breath, feeling the cool ocean breeze fill his lungs. The ship moved forward, carving its path through the water, and the horizon stretched endlessly ahead of them. The stars above, now faint in the morning sky, were a reminder of the vastness of the world, and of the quiet power that lay within him. "Wherever we go next," the traveler said, his voice filled with a quiet confidence, "I know I'm ready. Ready to continue the journey, ready to discover more, and ready to embrace whatever comes." The captain nodded, their eyes gleaming with approval. "And that, traveler, is all anyone can ask for, to be ready, to be open, and to continue moving forward." With the key safely nestled in his pocket, the traveler stood tall, feeling the weight of the world, both light and heavy, settle into place within him. The silent ship carried him onward, through the endless expanse of sea and sky, toward whatever lay ahead, and as the ship sailed into the vast unknown, the traveler understood, at last, that the journey was not just a path to follow, but a way of being, a quiet, unbroken journey that would continue, one moment at a time. The night had fallen softly over the sea, its velvet darkness wrapping around the silent ship like a quiet blanket. The only sound was the gentle lapping of the waves against the ship's hull, the creak of the wooden timbers, and the occasional flutter of the sails as the wind whispered its secrets. The traveler stood at the bow, gazing up at the star-filled sky, feeling the weight of the stillness settling around him. It had been many days since the ship had left behind the familiar shores of the islands, and the journey had stretched out before them like a never-ending tapestry. Each new day brought with it a fresh experience, a new horizon, but also a deepening sense of peace that he had never known before. The key, still tucked in his pocket, had become more than just a symbol. It had become a part of him, a reminder that the answers he sought were not out there in the world, but within. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting shimmering reflections on the water. The traveler could feel its presence, a quiet companion to his thoughts, and he felt a deep connection to the vast, silent expanse around him. A soft rustling behind him caught his attention, and he turned to find the captain approaching, their expression unreadable in the dim light. The captain's eyes held a quiet knowing, as if they had seen this moment before, experienced it countless times. "Is there something on your mind?" the captain asked, their voice low and calm, as if they were speaking to a friend in the stillness of the night. The traveler hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to put his thoughts into words. "I've been thinking," he began, his voice thoughtful. "We've been on this journey for so long now, and I feel different. I feel as though I'm not the person I was when we first set sail. But at the same time, I'm not sure who I am becoming, or where this journey will lead." The captain nodded slowly, as if they had expected this question. "Change is the natural course of the journey," they said quietly. "The sea, like life, is always shifting, always in motion. The person you were yesterday may not be the person you are today, and the person you are today will not be the person you are tomorrow. But that's the beauty of it. The journey is not about reaching a fixed destination. It's about embracing the constant flow of change, and learning to move with it, rather than resisting it." The traveler thought about their words, letting them sink in. It was true, he realized. He had spent so much of his life trying to find certainty, searching for a fixed point to hold on to. But now, in the quiet of the sea, he understood that perhaps the greatest wisdom was in learning to let go, to trust the ebb and flow of life, and to flow with it. "Is that what the key represents?" he asked softly. a willingness to let go. To embrace change, the captain smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. Yes, the key is not a symbol of control. It's a symbol of release. It reminds you that you are not in charge of the sea, or the journey, or the world around you. But you are in charge of how you respond. You are in charge of how you choose to navigate the currents. The key is not about holding on to something. It's about opening yourself to the possibilities that come with every change. The traveler felt the weight of those words, a deep sense of clarity settling over him. He had spent so long trying to control everything, trying to figure out the answers, to find the right path. But now, he saw that the path was never meant to be figured out. It was meant to be walked, step by step, with trust and openness. "Thank you," the traveler said quietly, his voice filled with gratitude. "I think I understand now. It's not about finding the right answers. It's about being present with each step, no matter where it takes me." The captain gave a slight nod, their gaze turning back to the horizon. "Exactly. The journey will continue, as it always does. The sea will change. The winds will shift, but you will always have the key within you. You will always have the ability to navigate whatever comes your way." The traveler stood in silence, the weight of their words echoing in his heart. He felt a deep peace settle over him, a sense of trust in the journey, in the unknown, and in the quiet strength that had been growing within him all along. As the ship sailed forward into the night, the stars above shimmered with quiet brilliance, guiding them onward. The traveler felt the pull of the ocean, the call of the wind, and the promise of the journey that lay ahead. The key, now more than ever, was a reminder that he was ready to embrace whatever came next. Ready to continue the journey with open arms and an open heart. The silent ship sailed on, its path uncertain but its purpose clear, to journey, to explore, and to trust the unfolding of life, one quiet step at a time. The sea had grown calm, a mirror to the quiet thoughts within the traveler's heart. The ship glided effortlessly over the water, its sails billowing in the gentle breeze, each movement as smooth and graceful as the ripples on the surface of the ocean. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden light over the ship, and the traveler stood at the bow once again, his gaze fixed on the horizon. It had been many days since their last conversation, and yet the words of the captain echoed in his mind. He had come to understand that the journey was never meant to have a fixed end, that the true essence of it lay in the steady flow of each day, in the quiet moments between destinations. The key he carried had not unlocked a door to somewhere specific, it had unlocked a deeper understanding within him, a realization that he was already where he needed to be. The traveler's thoughts were interrupted by the soft sound of footsteps behind him. He turned to find the captain approaching, their expression calm but their eyes thoughtful, as if they had something important to share. "You've been quiet these past few days," the captain said, their voice gentle but perceptive. "What is on your mind?" "Traveler," the traveler paused, considering the question. There was indeed something that had been stirring within him, a question that had begun to take root as he sailed further into the vast, uncharted waters of his journey. "I've been thinking about the places we've visited," he said slowly, his voice carrying the weight of his thoughts. "The islands, the skies, the quiet moments. I feel like I've been on 1,000 different journeys, each one teaching me something new. But I can't help but wonder, what is it that connects all of these experiences?" What is it that makes each place and moment a part of the whole journey? The captain's eyes softened, and they nodded in understanding. That is the question, isn't it? They said quietly. What makes this journey, this life, meaningful? What connects the moments, the experiences, the places? The traveler waited, sensing that the captain was about to offer a deeper truth. The answer, the captain continued, is not found in the places you visit or the experiences you have. It is found in the way you perceive them. It is in how you approach each moment, each experience, with an open heart and a willingness to learn. Every place, every encounter, is a reflection of the state of your being. It is your perspective, your openness, that shapes the meaning of each moment. The traveler's mind drifted to all the places he had seen, the islands that shimmered in the distance, the skies that stretched endlessly above, the peaceful waters that seemed to echo the stillness within him. Each place had felt like a new beginning, a new chapter in the story of his journey. But now, standing here with the captain, he realized that the connection between them wasn't simply the physical places they had visited. It was the quiet space between those moments, the awareness, the presence that made each experience meaningful. It's not the places themselves, the traveler murmured, more to himself than to the captain. It's the way we experience them, the way we let them shape us. The captain smiled, their eyes glowing with a quiet satisfaction. Exactly, they said. Every place you visit, every moment you experience, is a mirror. It reflects who you are becoming. The journey is not about finding the right place or the right answer. It's about learning to see with clear eyes, to be present in each moment, and to let the journey shape you. The traveler felt a wave of understanding wash over him. He had spent so much of his life searching for something outside of himself, some destination, some place that would give him the answers he sought. But now, standing on the silent ship, he realized that the answers were never hidden in the places he visited. They were within him, waiting to be uncovered through his experience of the world. I think I understand, the traveler said, his voice steady and filled with a new sense of clarity. The journey is not about seeking something outside of myself. It's about becoming something. It's about learning to see the world, and myself, in a new way. The captain nodded, their gaze turning to the horizon once more. Yes, they said softly. And as you continue, you will find that each moment, each step, will reveal a new layer of understanding. The world is vast and ever-changing, and you are always in the process of becoming, always learning, always evolving. The traveler felt a deep sense of peace settle in his chest. The sea stretched endlessly before them, the waves sparkling in the light of the setting sun. There was no destination waiting to be reached, no final answer to be found. The journey itself was the answer, a continuous unfolding of experiences, of moments, of growth. With the key resting quietly in his pocket, the traveler knew that he was ready to continue. The silent ship would sail onward, guided by the stars above and the wisdom within. Each new horizon, each new wave, would carry him further into the vastness of the world, and deeper into the journey that had already begun within him. The night was settling gently over the silent ship, its silhouette barely visible against the vast, starry expanse of the sky. The only sound was the soft sigh of the wind through the sails and the rhythmic splash of the water against the hull. The moon, a silent guardian in the sky, cast its pale glow upon the ship, bathing it in a calm, serene light. The traveler stood alone at the bow, gazing out over the endless sea, his heart filled with both peace and anticipation. The journey had stretched on for what felt like a lifetime, yet with each passing day, the traveler found himself feeling more connected to the ship, to the sea, and to the quiet rhythm of life that flowed through everything around him. The world seemed both vast and intimate, a paradox that had come to make perfect sense in the quiet moments of solitude on the ship. As he stood there, lost in thought, the captain appeared beside him, their presence as calm and steady as the ship itself. The captain leaned against the railing, their eyes following the curve of the horizon where the sea met the sky. "Do you ever wonder," the traveler began, his voice soft but filled with a quiet curiosity, "how far this journey will take us? How far we will go before the ship comes to rest? Will there ever be an end?" The captain took a moment before answering, their voice steady and thoughtful. "The journey, like the sea, is endless," they said. "It will continue as long as you are willing to sail, as long as you are open to the unfolding of the path ahead. There is no final destination, no point where you will say, 'I have arrived.' But that is the beauty of it, the journey itself is the destination. It is in each step, each moment, that you find meaning." The traveler nodded slowly, considering the captain's words. They were not what he had expected to hear. He had often thought of the journey as a means to an end, a way to find something, some truth, some place, some goal. But now, with the captain's words settling in his heart, he saw the journey for what it truly was, a continuous unfolding, a process of becoming, of experiencing. "What if I never know where I'm going?" the traveler asked quietly, almost to himself. "What if I never find the answer I've been looking for?" The captain's eyes softened, and they smiled gently. "The answer is not something to be found," they said. "It is something to be experienced. You are not meant to find a fixed place, but to experience the world with an open heart. The answers you seek are already within you. You simply need to trust in the journey and allow yourself to be guided by the rhythm of the sea and the whispers of the wind." The traveler took a deep breath, feeling the weight of those words settle into his chest. The key in his pocket felt heavier now, not in a burdensome way, but as a reminder that the answers he sought were not in some distant place or in the reaching of a final destination. They were in the here and now, in the quiet moments of reflection and the openness to each step forward. The wind shifted, carrying with it the scent of salt and the promise of the unknown. The traveler felt the call of the sea deep within his soul. It was not a call to reach the end, but to continue onward, to embrace each moment as it came. There was no rush, no need for a destination. The journey itself was enough. "You are ready," the captain said, as if reading his thoughts. "Ready to continue sailing, ready to embrace the unknown. There is no need to know where we are going, only to trust that the journey will unfold as it should." The traveler smiled, a sense of calm settling over him. The answers would come in time, not as a destination but as a part of the journey itself. He no longer needed to search for them, he only needed to be present. To embrace the flow of the journey as it unfolded before him. With a final glance at the horizon, the traveler turned and made his way toward the wheel, where the captain stood waiting. Together, they would guide the silent ship through the quiet night, trusting in the course, trusting in the journey. There was no destination to reach, no final goal to achieve. There was only the open sea, the whispers of the wind, and the promise of tomorrow's unfolding adventure, and so, the silent ship sailed on, its course guided by the stars, its sails filled with the quiet wind of possibility. The traveler, no longer seeking answers, but embracing each moment with an open heart, knew that the journey had already begun to transform him. The journey, in all its endless unfolding, was the answer. The quiet rhythm of the ship continued, the sound of the waves lapping against the hull and the creak of the timbers blending into a peaceful lullaby. The stars above seemed to shine a little brighter that night, casting a soft glow over the water and the ship. It was as if the universe itself was watching over them, guiding them with its quiet, eternal presence. The traveler stood once again at the bow, his eyes tracing the constellations above. The world seemed endless in that moment, a vast canvas of stars stretching across the heavens. He had learned so much during his time aboard the silent ship, yet there was still so much to discover. The journey, he realized, was not just about finding answers or reaching a destination, it was about exploring the unknown, about embracing the mystery of it all. The captain approached, their silhouette outlined by the starlight. They stood beside the traveler in comfortable silence, their gaze turned toward the horizon. There was something in the stillness between them, a shared understanding that needed no words. After a long pause, the captain spoke, their voice carrying the weight of experience and wisdom. "The sea is a reflection of the journey," they said quietly. "It is vast, mysterious, ever-changing. Just like the path we walk. But if you look closely, you'll notice that the sea also reflects the sky. The stars, the moon, the clouds, they all touch the water, and in doing so, they touch the ship. Everything is connected, traveler." The traveler looked at the water, noticing for the first time how the stars seemed to shimmer on its surface, as though the sea itself was a mirror of the sky. The realization struck him with a quiet intensity. Everything he had experienced, every place he had visited, every person he had met, it was all connected. The journey was not a series of separate moments, but a continuous thread woven through the fabric of time. "It's as if everything reflects everything else," the traveler said softly, his voice filled with awe. "Exactly," the captain replied. "The journey you are on, the experiences you are having, they are not isolated. They are part of something larger. They are part of a pattern, a rhythm that you are learning to recognize. The more you observe, the more you see how everything is connected. How the stars reflect in the sea, how your own reflections are mirrored in the world around you." The traveler's mind wandered, considering all the moments that had shaped him on this journey. The quiet islands, the still waters, the conversations with the captain, the peaceful solitude of the ship, all of it had been part of a greater whole. It was as if each moment had led him to this understanding, that the journey itself was a reflection of his own growth and transformation. He turned to the captain, his heart filled with gratitude. "I think I understand now," he said, his voice steady but filled with wonder. "The journey is not just about finding something outside of myself. It's about discovering who I am, about seeing myself reflected in the world around me. The answers are not in the places I visit, but in the way I experience them." The captain nodded, their eyes warm with approval. "You are beginning to see with clarity, traveler. The more you understand, the more you realize that the journey is not about seeking answers, but about becoming. Every place you visit, every person you meet, every experience you have, it all helps shape who you are becoming. The traveler stood in silence, allowing the captain's words to settle in his heart. The journey had always been about discovery, but now he understood that the true discovery was of himself. The places, the people, the ship, they were all reflections of his own inner journey. And the more he embraced each moment, the more he saw how the world itself mirrored his growth. The ship continued its quiet voyage through the night, the stars above and the sea below dancing together in perfect harmony. The traveler knew that there was still so much ahead, but he no longer felt the need to search for something beyond the horizon. The journey was unfolding as it was meant to, and he was no longer seeking an end. He was simply living, experiencing, becoming, and so, as the silent ship sailed onward, the traveler stood at the bow, looking out at the endless sea and the vast, starry sky. There was no destination to reach, no final answer to find. There was only the quiet, steady rhythm of the journey, a journey that had already led him to everything he needed to know. The ship sailed on, guided by the stars and the quiet wisdom of the sea, and the traveler embraced the peace of knowing that the journey itself was all that mattered. The night deepened, the stars shining like 1,000 tiny lanterns, each one holding a story, a memory, a secret. The silent ship sailed through the serene waters, moving steadily with the rhythm of the sea. The traveler stood at the bow once more, feeling the gentle pull of the current beneath him, as though the world itself was guiding him forward. He had spent so much time thinking about where the journey might lead, but now, he understood that the path was not something to be searched for, it was something to be followed, step by step, in harmony with the world around him. The captain appeared beside him again, their presence as calm and steady as ever. They stood in silence for a moment, both watching the horizon where the dark expanse of the ocean met the starlit sky. "Have you ever wondered," the traveler said, his voice low and contemplative, "how it all began? How the ship came to be, how we found ourselves here, on this endless voyage?" The captain looked at the traveler with a quiet smile. "I have wondered," they replied. "But the answers to those questions are not something we need to know. The ship has been here for as long as the sea, and the journey has always been unfolding, even before we began. The important thing is not how we got here, but how we move forward from here. It is the journey that matters, not the beginning or the end." The traveler nodded slowly, feeling the weight of those words settle into his soul. He had always been so focused on finding the answers, so caught up in the idea of reaching a destination. But now, standing here in the stillness of the night, he realized that the journey itself was the destination. Every moment, every step, every wave that passed beneath the ship was a part of the path, and there was no need to rush towards some far-off goal. The captain continued, their gaze fixed on the stars. "We often seek the meaning of things, but sometimes the meaning is found in simply being present. In allowing the world to unfold as it will, without forcing it to fit into a particular mold. The silent ship moves with the current, guided by the stars and the sea, and it trusts that it is exactly where it is meant to be." The traveler took a deep breath, feeling a sense of peace wash over him. It was as if the weight of his searching had lifted, replaced by a quiet acceptance. He no longer needed to know the answers, because the answers were found in the living of the journey itself. "Do you think we will ever find the end of the journey?" the traveler asked, his curiosity piqued by the captain's words. The captain smiled, a soft, knowing smile. "There is no end to the journey," they said. The journey is not about arriving somewhere. It is about living each moment, fully and completely. The silent ship sails onward, not because it needs to reach a destination, but because it is part of the rhythm of the sea. And so are we. The traveler looked out at the horizon, the endless expanse of water stretching before him. The ship seemed to glide effortlessly through the night, guided by something deeper than the wind or the stars, guided by the rhythm of life itself. "I think I understand now," the traveler said, his voice filled with a quiet certainty. The journey never ends. It simply flows, like the sea, like the stars above. And we are part of that flow. The captain nodded, their eyes reflecting the starlight. "Exactly," they said. "We are part of something greater, a never-ending cycle of movement and change. And as long as we are present, as long as we trust in the journey, we are exactly where we need to be." The traveler smiled, a deep sense of contentment settling within him. He no longer needed to search for meaning, for answers, or for a destination. The journey itself was the meaning, the path was the answer. Every step, every moment, every wave was part of the story, and he was living it, fully and completely. As the ship sailed onward into the quiet night, the traveler felt a profound peace within himself. The silent ship, guided by the stars, moved effortlessly through the sea. There was no need to ask where it was going or when it would stop. It was enough to be part of the journey, to be present in the unfolding of each moment, and so, the journey continued, quiet, steady, and infinite, as the silent ship sailed on, its course guided by the stars, its path woven into the fabric of the endless sea. The traveler knew that, like the ship, he was part of something much larger, something eternal. And with that knowing, he felt at peace, ready to embrace whatever the next moment would bring.